Hello everybody and welcome back to another Tales from the Kiwi Farms. Today I bring to you a horror cow named Hollie Dance, also known as Lisa Pittaway. We got a bunch of characters in this story. We got Ella Carter, Archie Battersbee, Lauren Summers, a group called Dignity for All, a group called Archie's Army, and Spread the Purple Wave. Hollie Dance is the Mama Nails of Essex. Her White Knights. Oh wait, I'm fucking stupid. This is just like a sub tag on the title here. The Mama Nails of Essex, her White Knights, and her A-logs. So it was more like describing the thread, obviously. Now upon further inspection here. As you can see, the farms is having some bandwidth difficulty, so I might have some trouble filming some of the videos, but I will make sure that if they don't work now as I'm going through, I can go back and add them in. But yeah, let's jump right on in. As always, let's go in blind and high. So we're coming right out of the gate with some bad news. Archie has died on August 6th of 12 p.m. immediately after ventilator support was removed. Now, Archie, I don't know who that is, but I mean, that's the crux of the story, and I'm assuming it's this lady's kid. Like, that's what it's been making it seem like, or at least she was the mother figure to this kid. But let's get into it. Archie has died on August 6th of 12 p.m. immediately after ventilator support was removed. Lisa Pittaway, now known as Hollie Dance, is the mother of a child, Archie, who appears to have committed suicide, though she attempts to blame it on a modification to a TikTok challenge. She is a recipient of a universal credit, which appears to be the UK's version of welfare. Her son has been declared dead as of May 31st by the High Court, but she refuses to allow the hospital to remove his ventilators. That's a really fucking big waste of taxpayer dollars. She grifts for money, even though all legal fees and hospital bills are comped there in the UK. They have free healthcare. She has now prolonged the usage of an ICU room for almost 2 months, despite the fact that her son is declared dead. She has publicly been asked in interviews if she would want to take Archie home, and she has stated no, that she feels he should be in hospital. This is not a situation like Tinsley or the others where the parent wants the child with them. She just wants him to be deemed alive for as long as possible to continue this grift. Majority of the videos and interviews, including one with Jeremy Kyle, were done instead of spending time with her son after being given withdrawal of ventilation orders. Here are the orders she was given every time, and her followers' beliefs on them, bad and good. There was also rumor that she wanted to live stream his ventilator removal. Now that is some reprehensible shit. Well, I'm excited to look through these, and let's see what people had to say about her really insensitive decision-making process. All right. Starting with the Archie's Army official Facebook post. Just been handed my letter to execute Archie on Monday as this was aired. The hospitals are in too much of Q rush, and that's because they know he will wake up and it's going to look so bad for them. That's why they are in a rush. I'm sure that's it. So here are the orders. Hollie Dance and Paul Battersbee, parents of Archie Battersbee. Dear Hollie and Paul, we wish to confirm that withdrawal of all Archie's treatment are directed by Mr. Justice Hayden on 15 July 2022. Will proceed at 2 p.m. on Monday, 1st August 2022. Within his room in the pediatric intensive care unit. We discussed this very briefly with Hollie on the evening of 29th of July 2022. We understand that any discussion around the withdrawal of Archie's treatment are very difficult and painful. However, we are to ensure that that you and your family are involved as much as you wish to be. Our plan for Monday is, on Monday morning, we'd like to discuss with both of you how the withdrawal process will be performed. The aim throughout the process is to preserve Archie's dignity while supporting you as the family through the process. We hope that any family that you wish to visit Archie this weekend prior to our planned withdrawal of treatment, this also allows time for any religious ceremonies to take place. This is a lot. These are basically just doctor's notes saying, hey, Archie is going to be pulled off of life support and ventilators, and that's going to be it for him. So get your family in. And as of 2 o'clock on the 1st of August, all fluid infusions, medication, including vasopressin, will be stopped. Tube feeds may continue should family wish. But the endotracheal tube will then gently withdraw over several seconds by one of the consultant team. So that, yeah, I mean, this is just doctor talk. They're going to pull the plug on Archie. I mean, it is what it is. So, there you go. And it will be under investigation, obviously, because it's a child death. And there, the staff signed it, and here we are. So let's get some reactions. Alright, so just so you know, I'm already planning on being an asshole tomorrow. Wow, I'm glad. I'm glad she posted that immediately. Disgusting. No empathy or compassion. Disgusting. The UN have intervened and it's our government, so and it's with our government, so because the hospital know we have. Wow, I can't read this. She writes it's like one of those things that people post on Instagram to try to like jumble you up. Let me read it as is, word for word. Disgusting. No empathy or compassion. Disgusting. The UN have intervened and it's with our government, so because the hospital know we have a chance, they are prepared to break international law to murder my son quickly. Ask yourself why. What are they worried about? I don't know, Holly. I don't know, Holly. What are they worried about? I'm worried about your grammar skills. Oh my god, this has my blood boiling. They can't do this. Maybe it's time everyone starts protesting outside the hospital. I'm sorry, but this is murder. They should be punished for it. Holly, I'm fuming for you, mate. Can't even begin to imagine how you and Paul are feeling. I'd be sacked if I worked at this hospital, as they would have to go through me before they turn them machines off. They know they ain't winning without a massive fight. They also know that they are doing is inhumane, morally wrong, and not forgetting illegal. They have followed rules and they haven't followed rules and regulations, but also laws. I was going to say exactly the same thing. Okay, so she has some support here. Okay, so she does have some support. Let's do it. Let's form an army, but we need an army. This message needs to be loud and clear. No. There's other families and children going through difficult times in there. Think of them and their families as well. And really, what will that achieve? That happened with the Alfie Evans case and just caused heartache to all the parents and children in the hospital and didn't gain them anything. I've messaged and asked if it's okay with the family. If it's a yes, then 100% needs to happen. Wow, just disregard what Mason's straight up good logic said. I agree, mate. His actions do not speak for someone who is brainstem dead. And I 100% Archie is still there. And believe the hospital too. But they can't back out now. What? This letter has the wrong date on it. It's July, not August. No attention to detail. Disgraceful. That should tell you everything. They reissued another one, but yes, and electronically signed. Oh, is that not okay? Oh, Holly, this is awful. I pray that the EU court stops this. No, sorry. But even more unprofessional of them going dates wrong. I can't. It's a bunch of fucking morons. Everyone can't type. No one can use grammar properly. Punctuation. They're putting spaces before their periods. My goodness. Oh, we got some spoilers in the bottom row. Please take no offense to this. Why don't you plan on spending that time with Archie, doing hand and foot casts? You may regret being that arsehole on Tuesday. My heart is honestly breaking for you all. Go be with Archie. Read him his favorite stories from when he was little. Sing his favorite song to him. Watch his favorite movies. Social media can't wait. Time won't. Can wait. I'm stoned. Don't blame me. I mean, that's true. Dignity for all. That's why we have not posted, because word has it that it's all kicking off at the hospital, so I don't think it's happening yet. Apparently they're trying to stop her live feeding and taking videos. So that's people's opinions. I'm surprised. There was a lot of support to keep Archie alive. I mean, maybe people think differently about things in the UK, but I mean, hey, that's I don't know. I feel if your brainstem is necrotic, that should be a sign that it's time to pull the plug. You're not going to come back from that. I mean, just medically. Oh, I know you guys are excited for this video, so let's get right on into it. This unfortunately has to be muted. They played well, I don't remember the song's name. It's Don't You Wish Your Girlfriend Were Hot Like Me? You know that song? You know that really popular song from I think it said this was recorded 4 years ago. So that really popular song from 2018, you know? But I saw a bit of this because I had to listen for the copyrighted music. I saw about 10 seconds. So I think you guys are in for a real treat. Where you get my commentary too. It's gonna be completely silent. So, you know, we're gonna break down it. We're gonna break it down. Oh my God, who's this next to her? Oh, the British dance moves are popping in. What is that? What was that face? Oh, she's dropping it low. Oh my God, this is frightening. Oh my God. What? Where is this? It looks like a hospital bathroom. Oh my God. What is she doing? What are both of them doing? What are these faces? Who is this for? What is this angle? Oh my God. Yeah. Oh, she kind of like she hit like a really lack. Oh my God. Is this gonna get too hot for YouTube? This is some of the this is some of the trashiest shit I've ever. They all. What if someone walks in? What if like a normal human being just walks through that door right now? What are they gonna do? This isn't a private bathroom. You clearly can see. Is it even a bathroom? It has to be. I refuse to say it's anything else. Oh God, this is certainly. What was? Oh, she swam in. I like that little like swim into frame. Oh my God. Oh. Walking down the stairs, yeah. Walking down the basement. Oh, she's walking back up the stairs. Oh my God. What the fuck was that? This is so much better without sound. Oh, the titty guns. Oh my God, she just full tittied right in the screen. Who is this for? What the fuck did we just watch? Oh my God, this lady sucks. It's her. It's this one. If that caught on the OBS, I forget if I have cursor on, but look at these two psychopaths. Jesus fucking Christ. Hollie changed her name in 2014. It appears to distance herself from scrutiny of her history causing scenes and being an actual violent person. She states name change was easier than a divorce when asked why she did it. Her Facebook before it was sanitized shows that she was a stripper and that she worked at multiple gentlemen's clubs. There was also a rumor that she may have done work on the side as well. She also worked as a ring girl at MMA fights. It also seems that she had random people on Facebook calling her for phone sex. That's lucrative, I'm sure. Cats in Club Tantalize speak about being premier lap dancing clubs. What a winner. This is the Facebook post where she officially changed her name. So it says, well, it's official. I have legally changed my name by deed poll today. I'm no longer Lisa Pitaway. I'm Hollie Dance. Just need to wait for the deeds now. Interesting. This is from the Spread the Purple Wave page. Hollie Dance posted, "Hi everyone. I've had to put my Facebook on private as the trolls are putting up their nasty comments, also wishing Arch loses his case in inbox messages too." Wow. So I do apologize for not updating you all today of his condition. Why do all these people write like they've never written anything before? Arch is fine. He's having physio now, and I'm then going to do his exercises with him and play his messages through. I will update again in the morning. Love you all for caring. Archie's armies are the best. X. So this here is a post to her personal account. It looks like she's promoting her services at Club Tantalize. It's Christmas party time again soon. Club Tantalize are now taking bookings for companies and large group bookings for our VIP lounge and VIP tables. Inbox me or contact the club for direct booking. X. And then she got a little promo picture up there. Do like big companies book strip clubs for company Christmas parties? I don't think my company would do that. I don't think most companies would do that, but alright. Imagine your mom posting this on Facebook. That would suck. So I guess this is a story about her pleasuring men over calls. Well, that was rather disappointing, David Smith. You phone me on a private number and say, "Is that Hollie?" I say yes. "Who's this?" You reply, "David Smith." I hear a few dodgy noises, then ask you if you're wanking, to which you reply, "Yes," and sound like you're about to shoot your load. How fucking disappointing is that? Whole phone call lasted 7 seconds. PMSL, you wanker. What the fuck? Does she like enjoy doing the calls then? That's what it seems like to me. If that's the case, she's weird. So this looks like some of her ring girl shit that they were talking about for like MMA stuff. Ring girl needed for Friday night at York Hall. You will need to be able to make your own way there as I can't do it. Contact me ASAP if interested. This next post is frightening. Look at that child in that ATM. That's awful. Free cash. That's pretty cool. If that's a thing in Europe, I'm moving there. But anyway, she posted on June 22nd, 2015. Turned my back for less than 15 seconds and Archie is nowhere to be seen. Oh, there he. Bloody kid, LOL. But look at that haunting photo. That is horrifying. There must be a school in Essex that will take an 8-year-old child who has a 32.5 hour support and funding who also has a statement, surely. Like really not one mainstream school can meet an 8-year-old boy's SEN needs? No? This is bordering on ridiculous now. A disgrace in a first world nation that is the 5/6th the richest country in the world. Can't cater to one boy's needs. Unbelievable. Thing is, Enrico is the only needs he has have ever been created because of education SEN team have created since they labeled him 3 years ago. I don't know what SEN means. Take a child and isolate him in a room with an adult every day instead of with his peers, and you're going to cause a child, also like specialized education. You're going to cause a child to become detached from his friends and then wanting to be with an adult. 1-to-1 daily instead of his class. The statement the schools are reading was created based on 2-week period almost 3 years ago now. 3 years ago, and the reason the last school gave up is purely because the education didn't give them a penny of his funding that they were promised, so therefore didn't have the support needed to overcome any problems which are bound to occur as he's been out of school for almost 3 years. So just her bitching about some school shit that sounds like it's because her kid fucked up or is dumb. I'm not sure which. But anyways, she's very long-winded. She likes to elaborate. She likes to hear herself say stuff. She likes to read her own words. Probably get real happy over them, really jerk herself off about it, I'm sure. You could tell with these kinds of people. Yes, I have a gut feeling sometimes... Wow. Yes, I have a gut feeling something wasn't right with my little boy's education battle. Lots of corruptcy. Yeah, that's right. That's how you say corruptcy? I know she's like corrupt. Like that's the base word here. But corruptcy is not a word, right? And lies by local authorities. I was told to drop it as I won't beat the system. I went with my gut and took them to the High Courts of Justice London. I won. Fuck the system. It's corrupt. I'm restraining myself from reading these in a British accent that I can't really do well. Feel a bit rotten on a hot day, but it's for his own good. Archie decided he had enough in the last part of tuition, so started to mess around. Soon as we got home, he was put in an 8-minute timeout. Holy fuck, 8 minutes, guys. Made to write a page of lines. That dab just hit. Made to write a page of lines. I go to explore to learn. Then his face was a confused picture when he was told he was putting rubber gloves on and litter picking in our street. Halfway around, his friends wanted to know what he was doing. I explained Archie wants to act like a class clown today, so now, with you lot watching him, he really is one, isn't he? By the end of the 15 minutes, they were all asking to help. I asked him what you have learnt from your punishment, Arch. Reply, not to mess up my education or I will only get a job picking up litter because I won't have qualifications. Wow. Correct. That didn't happen. That is not a true story. No way that actually happened. And everybody clapped, I bet. Correct. Now you go out and play with your friends. Tomorrow's a new day. Tough love, sometimes being a parent if you want them to keep on the right path in life. Wow. That was horrible. What a lie. That definitely didn't happen. So I'm in a salon having a pedicure, and Archie's dad drops him outside. He comes in and whispers in my ear, I went through puberty last night, look. He then shows me all the blonde hairs on his legs that have always been there, but his tan lines have highlighted. She doesn't make stories up. She's like the people on Twitter who will post like, I asked my 4-year-old what he thinks about the meaning of life, and he told me the meaning of life is derived within your own happiness. The happier you are, the closer you are to attaining it. Or some like pseudo deep shit, and then they just look dumb. It's just that your kid did not say that. You just wrote some weird shit on your Twitter feed. And you didn't want to say you wrote it, so you said your stupid kid wrote it. Good times. So from time to time, of course, I had to discipline Archie. So I'm a firm believer of no smacking, no shouting, and 100% timeout step to sit and reflect on what you have done and how you can make changes not to make those wrong choices again. I love Super Nanny and it works 100%. However, as they get older, sitting on the bottom stairs is a little less appropriate. I thought these 2 occasions I'd give something different. After he had been private tuition and decided he weren't in a listening mood. Kind of backfired, Mom. I like doing this, you know. Look, my handwriting is getting so much better. Oh, okay, so your kid likes your punishments now. You gotta come up with some new ones. So in the next few pictures, you're going to see Archie in, just coloring or writing in the first 2 pictures, but they get very odd, I would say. These are things I don't think that a lot of mothers would post of their sons. They seem inappropriate. It's very much seemingly pedophile bait, or, I mean, at least it's going to be something that attracts not so great people. Very much sexualizing her child at a very, very young age. It's some gross shit. I mean, this lady's, from everything I saw right off the rip, is just atrocious and just the worst in all ways, shapes, and forms, and just wants pity for being the cause of seemingly her son's death or his suicide that she's lying about. I mean, it's just very odd. I can't imagine most people wanting to post pictures of their kids like this. I mean, you're looking at them right now, it's probably making you kind of uncomfortable. I mean, it's a very interesting person we got here for sure. I'm sinking my teeth in. This is gonna be deep. Yeah. We've also got whatever this lovely thing is. Well, seeing as everyone else wearing a mask to go out to eat, I think I will wear mine. Not with a toy gun and that sort of mask you won't, kid. No chance. What the fuck? Why? Why did he do that? I don't. What the fuck? I feel like she made him put that on. So I'm not really sure what this is, but I'm gonna read it to you. Dignity for All says, "We all have a past. So it seems like it's now okay for H, her admin team and supporters of Archie's army, to bring up old articles and accuse the judge of yesterday's case of horrendous things. A few weeks ago, I removed a post all about H and her past, her name change, and public articles. She didn't like it. In fact, they got very abusive. I feel now it's only right that if it's good for one, it's good for another. If we are discussing someone's past who had Archie's best interests at the forefront of his mind, then it's only right in sharing articles of someone who doesn't. H changed her name after a stint of issues in her past. Now calls herself HD. She states it was changed because it was cheaper than a divorce at the time. It seems LP was a big fan of the media spotlight. Either it be road rage, assault, indecent exposure, or advertising a business that flopped very quickly. It also isn't the first time she has used her son for the media spotlight. Just a few links below to show these allegations. Remember, we only provide the facts on this page. Regardless of the dates, it shows this woman's attempts to run the media, the rage and anger she has, and the need for attention. Why is it certain families always come from a past of issues such as assault? Instead of wanting the best and dignity for their children, they want a media circus for anything they cannot be trusted with a dance pole due to their previous issues. Take what you will from these links, but again, you can't moan about someone dragging up a past and then go and do it on someone else. This has no longer become about Archie. It's become all about Hollie Dance and her family. So we will check out those links. Alrighty, we're not gonna we're not gonna read all of these, but we will click through them and see what happened. Essex crime: armed knifeman went to ex-partner's home demanding his belongings despite a ban on seeing her. He later called the police and handed himself in. Jake Pittaway, so that's her. Lisa Pittaway was her name. This is the same guy. It looks like the same article as well. Same dates. Very different dates, actually. But targeted, he armed himself with a pair of scissors during one of the attacks. Oh, is this a different attack? That's amazing. Southend toddler hurt by phone box glass. A toddler escaped with cuts to his hand after tripping on a pile of broken glass from a vandalized phone box. And his mom, Lisa Pittaway, he was really good and brave and didn't cry, but he was shaken by it. Alright. Blues streaker vows to keep her kit on. A fitness and dance instructor has been banned from the South End United matches until further notice after she shrieked during Sunday's game. Wow. Have couch potatoes had their chips? After years of sitting in front of television, are the people of South Essex ready to begin getting off the couch? And I guess it's a pole dancing class. Oh. Whoops, I don't know what I just did there. Alright, well, I guess we don't get that one. But we do get road rage woman spared prison. So Lisa Pittaway broke the nose of one reveler and gave the other a black eye. Well, she can fight, I guess. Fucked him up. Oh my goodness. Well, she's got a bit of a record on her. And we're gonna keep trucking along. We got so much to cover. I'm excited. This is gonna be good. You know what? It's been a minute. Let's take a hot dab. I've been taking cold start dabs for the past couple of weeks. Feeling a hot dab. I'm just gonna do a little bit. I'm already pretty stoned. Oh, I just lost a little bit of dab. That's unfortunate. Oh, I think I can recover it. I did it. I'm the king. I'm the champion. Fuck it. We're just gonna do a cold start because it's falling. This shit doesn't stick well. I got it from a sticker store, actually. It's pretty good stuff. I tell you this drain if I remembered. It says on the little container, all they did was write a letters on it. It says RC. So if anyone knows a strain, good for you. Let me know in the comments if you do. Take a quick cold start and move on. Oh, I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Let's go. Oh, God. Her name seems to be in connection to the fact that Hollie is a pole dance instructor, or at the very least was one. She had created a business name, but there was some shady shit even in that. She continues to use her email address of poledanceuk@hotmail.co.uk for court proceedings. Her Facebook, before being cleaned, showed more ass shots than a cam horse. She also had obviously posts proving she was a stripper and lap dancer for multiple gentlemen's clubs and ran her own sex phone line off Facebook. Archie's father was very concerned that he had not been airlifted to the Royal London for urgent decompressive craniectomy. We discussed that the initial treatment Archie received at Southend was compatible with the best practice in terms of resuscitation and stabilization. Decompressive craniectomy is not indicated in children with hypoxic ischemic injury due to strangulation. However, he was quite right in that if it is to be performed, it must be done very early. But this needs specialist neurosurgeons. There was some discussion about the mechanism of cardiac arrest in brain injury. So that is some letter that was given. Make an injunction or order preventing various details about you, your family, and Archie's treating doctors and nurses being identified on social media or in mainstream media. You should attend the hearing if you would like to speak to the judge either in person or if necessary by telephone. Please let me have your telephone number if you are unable to attend but would like to participate in the hearing by phone. I will then ask the judge if you can be telephoned from a speakerphone into the courtroom. Sincerely, Scarlett Bruce, Deputy Head of Legal Services. Not really sure what these are about, but I'm hoping that gets cleared up quick. Then there was discussion that drugs are involved with her as well, but that is not proven. As part of her deleted Facebook, she did state that Archie vaped. Archie's really fucking young, damn. I actually know the family and lived right opposite hers. And like I said earlier, weird how her neighbors are not supporting her. Maybe because they know her. Do you personally? Wow, I can't believe I botched that at the end. It was sounding so good. Just so you all know, apparently there was drugs found at the property when police arrived and she was a drug dealer on her Facebook. The plot really does thicken. Petition for Archie to have his dignity and be let go. She has been dating a drug dealer too. Wow. That poor child. I think a petition needs to be done to let this poor boy go. Disgusting mother, please. If anyone knows how, please set one up. Petitions and protests sadly never work, but this is shocking. Nothing but really surprises me anymore. So is she facing prosecution for possession? I found out Arch had tried vaping after he had been offered it at school. It was dealt with immediately, and I think this is his sin Archie wanted repented by getting baptized, lol. Not a sin, just a child following trends as kids do, but he was so upset that I was disappointed. He promised he'd never do it again, and we moved on weeks ago. Unfortunately, children do follow TikTok and trends, etc., but it's how a parent handles the situation. He was focused on his fight that was coming on 24 April in London and extremely excited. All rumors are way off track. So she didn't allow him to vape. She caught him vaping and put an end to it with good parenting. That's believable. So here's her pole dancing class advertisement. It says, Welcome to Pole Dance UK Limited, based in Southend with venues in Essex. Pole Dance UK is run by Lisa and offers you a great way to have fun and get fit. You can go to see your lessons page and get some pole dancing classes. If you ever wanted to be a stripper, she can help you out. More venues coming soon, so drop me an email to leave your email address and I will keep you posted. Times can change from time to time, so if you do not come to lessons on a regular basis, then just give me a ring or email to confirm. All Pole Dance UK instructors have fitness qualifications and have been trained by Director and Principal Trainer of Pole Dance UK Ltd. All instructors have first aid certifications and insurances. Your safety is our first priority. Pole dance lessons are run as a fitness class and all are welcome all new members to any of the I'm dumb, I read it wrong. And we welcome all new members to any of the lessons. You do not need to be a member of any of the gyms to do these classes. Personal or small group pole training available on request. Just ask the instructor or email myself at the email address on the contact page. That's just fucking her promoting her pole dancing class. I'm not reading the rest of that shit. It's boring. Oh, and here you can get a lovely slideshow. It says girls, 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 boys, 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 boys. You can pole dance if you're whoever you are. You can get on the pole and bust it down. So here you can see her business getting dissolved. It's pretty pleasant. You can see all the wonderful clips here. It's tough to just see your business go down like that. Oof. This is an example of the type of rants that Hollie posts and then deletes. She admits in here that the GoFundMe will not be used to pay the courts. It's actually be stated by the court she can't use it for that. So here we go. This is the rant. It is fucking long. I can only advise everyone on this page to do their own research on brainstem death. If a dead person can hold a body temperature, fight off a bug, fight off a chest infection, and fight off sepsis, can urinate concentrated urine, have a rumbling tummy, heartbeat, control its own blood pressure, pick and choose when to reflex, i.e. whose hand it would hold sodium levels, change potassium levels, poo or not poo, open eyes slightly, tears, absorb food, and yes, back on 55 milliliters feeds hourly, not their choice but outside authority overseeing now. Important notice, this is not a problem with the nurses. Apart from the 3, they have all been amazing looking after Archie. I can't thank them enough. They do an excellent hard job and are overworked and underpaid, so this has never been aimed at nurses. The gynecologist, founder of the hospital, who told me whilst Archie was supposed to be in neuroprotection that he is brain dead. Damn. Course, I question how she would know, as the CT scan from Southend showed blood flow to anterior and posterior brain, also making own attempts to breathe, so put in an induced coma. So how would she know day 3 while still in an induced coma? Next, why when he was sent from Southend to have a procedure to release swelling did she make the choice to wait and see decision and do nothing? Why has that gynecologist not been named in court as she was admitting consultant? How comes she apparently left the hospital, no longer works here in April, yet ordered the MRI scan and signed her name on the 31st of May? Didn't cover that lie too well, did you? LOL, if none of this rings alarm bells, then please carry on researching for yourself. It's a little delusional. Sounding pretty delusional. Why have we not touched the GoFundMe? Because we haven't been allowed to move him. Why haven't we had private specialists and blood tests by independent doctors? Because the hospital won't allow it. The day the brainstem test was supposed to be carried out, why did the nerve test not work on Arch but did the examiner? Why did the examiner ask the hospital if Arch had been given muscle relaxing drugs 3 times? Why did 9 bags of fluid go up that night when I said I want private blood test done? Normal amount of fluid bags being 3 to 4 max. Why did the gynecologist tell me Archie's sedation only took 40 minutes to be out of his body? Then she could do brainstem tests and it would be her that done it? Wow, she is like degenerating her speech as she types. Followed by then, we will discuss his organs. Yes, just 40 minutes. It took 5 days for his legal limit to drop in the testing bracket. No brainstem test has been carried out. I repeat, no brainstem test has been carried out because the examiner was baffled by the results of the nerve test. Muscle relaxing drugs. Right now, for best bit ready, what? Right now, for best bit ready, MRI produced in front of court had no name. Hospital number, date, nothing on. It was questioned by the date, nothing on. It was questioned by my barrister. Next day, it was produced. Just the 6 pics out of the 2,500. With details going across the skull, only the day before the hospital said the pics had been cropped, so details were cut out. Okay, so how are they now running across the skull when the cropped area was so blank? She typed so pretentiously, like, I'm so right. Why wasn't this done? It's fucking annoying. Okay, here's the biggie. How is the MRI image of Archie only got 9 bottom teeth, but 3 separate nurses have counted 12? I wonder why. I'm questioning every goddamn thing this hospital are saying about my child. MRI is not a legal way to declare someone dead. Is it really not? Too quick to want him gone, and because of these handfuls of listed things here, along with other things, I need to be 100% sure before I give up on my son. Not 51%, but 100%. Also, malnutrition causes necrosis, so please bear this in mind, not just brainstem death of 10%. Dr. Sheeman is 100% more qualified than any doctor on Archie's case, and I did one of them cross-examine him. And did one of them cross-examine him? Did they heck nurse I told today I should be by Archie's bedside, LOL? Her reply is, you don't leave his bedside, and if you wanted to, we are here, LOL. I haven't been home once. That's definitely a fucking lie. Interviews are minutes long, and I needed to stop all the things in Archie's case being repeated with maybe your child. It's so hard to read. Any of these people, the way they fucking type or write, it's just fucking autistic. Jesus Christ. Interviews are minutes long and needed to stop all things in Archie's case being repeated with maybe your child. The online challenge, I have never said the name of the app, not once. I refer to it as online challenge. If police find different, I will name it. It may not be a challenge, and I may still have been an accident. Is Archie an unhappy child? Not a chance. He only killed himself. Does Archie have a RIP thing on his TikTok? Yes, it's about his favorite singer XXXTentacion who died. Did the trolls put 2 and 2 together there and come up with 2,500? Have I got a past? Hell yes. Do I consent to you trolls using my son's pics and making up fake accounts about him? No, and it's being dealt with. I'm sure she has a top-notch legal team. She's got fucking Saul Goodman on the case. Did the court say we couldn't use GoFundMe page for legal fees? Yes, only on first court appearance, but then it was lifted with some reporting restrictions. Was our legal team pro bono? Yes, just for 2 weeks. Have we used $10,000 towards third solicitor? Yes. How is the rest of legal fees being paid? Christian legal for solicitor and barrister, along with any legal fees that we are expected to pay from Just Giving page. Jesus Christ, this is so long and boring. She types so uninterestingly. I don't like when they type. I like reading what the Kiwi Farms users type. Whenever the lolcows type, it's the fucking worst. If I can move Archie, I will use the GoFundMe. If I'm allowed specialist, it will go from GoFundMe. What? It will be from GoFundMe. If the money is not used, what will go towards if all goes wrong? The best send-off ever, and the rest in trying to change the laws. I have even used money from a GoFundMe for so much a cup of coffee, not a penny. I'm sure you haven't. Probably some plastic surgery, though. That was more important. I'm so sorry. I have to answer this, but there are really some incredibly thick trolls under mainly fake profiles, and I think they may be losing sleep, so there are your next questions to bicker about. Run, rats, run. To the rest of Archie's army are in support, please research and tell me you wouldn't do what I'm doing. The law needs changing. It shouldn't be a personal choice made by the parents, not the trust, court, or guardian. I'm not allowed to use none of this really in court as the case isn't about that bit. I will be using it all in the future. Do I have proof of what I allege? 100% I do. Will I be back down? Not a chance. This sounds like a person who's in a psych ward's journal. It's just so fucking awful to read. Here are some rather disconcerting messages between her and her oldest son that were found by another forum user. Masturbating. Your willy isn't big enough yet, Tom, to do that, lol. Tom, don't be disgusting, or is that you, Liam? If he takes after his dad, Tracy, then no, it's not going to be either, lol. Well, it was like a slug up the M1. You must be referring to the rat, of course. Plenty of traffic passing through. Mum, go outside, them men are waiting to do business. No, Tom, I'm sitting on their laps right now. Don't need to go outside, boy. Yeah, you do extras round the corner. Buy one, get one free. Looking fresh, G. Stop trying to promote me, Tom. You're not getting no more Christmas presents. What is this? My pic shows your trousers too, so it's better be you, mug. Suck your mom's elastic nipple. Wow. Suck you dad batty boy, that's bun. You're sick. Is that the best you got? Ha, you been parred. Mom, go outside, them men are waiting to do business. Again, wow. What's wrong with you, bitch? How about you go suck off a horse? How about you turn that telly down, 'cause you keeping me awake, brat? I don't care, watching Geordie Shore and Dart? Don't put any names on here, Tom. She will get her karma, don't worry. This person is fucked up, needs a bullet to her skull. Take that off, Tom. Sometimes you have to just let her hang herself and not stop to her level. Stoop. Suck my dick, Toby. You dad needs to put a muzzle on his mutt and keep that dog on a leash. I think she means leash, obviously, but leash. Yeah, and I'll take a chainsaw to you new little wheels and make it a convertible. Small but sexual. Tom, I'm not on about what you have in your pants. I'm talking about the car. FPMSL. Shut up, you sucko. Ha ha ha. Fuck off, cunt. I'll buy you 50 pounds. What's for Sam? What's for sale? Liam or his coat? LOL. Me, of course. Well, in that case. How old are you, so we know how many bumps to give you and tell Tom Summers to see him in the morning. Bring gun shield got sparing for him. What? Piss off, you. How many bumps she getting? None, 'cause I wouldn't touch him sexually, so I think I'm safe. Quite a few. Well over 45. Give the answer for her. What as good as his mum's? Well, funny you should say that, Phillips, but yes, I do have a good left hook, and I'll happily show you any day. I heard your right hand is good as well. Only according to the ex-Mark Summers, but then he didn't have really much to put in my mouth, really. This is advertising a fight, not people's manhood sizes. Wow. I think that's it. Oh, no, it's not. Here you go. This is also part of it. Brother, just telling his got girlfriend called Sydney and Channy, what a G. Just walked in on my dad and stepmom putting their tops on, and I asked, was it in the ear? She replied, no, in the belly button. That's sick much? Like for a rate. Wow, what a woman. What a woman. Up next, we have Archie Battersbee. So we're going to learn a little bit about Archie here. Not much is known about pre-suicide Archie, except for what his mom shows and stuff now on a deleted TikTok, where his username was PainHub1679. It seems, though, that he was a depressed child from some of his postings. He also had been excluded from his school for 2 years until Hollie forced via court a school to take him in. He required one-on-one while in school due to behavioral issues. His mother has always had inclinations of being quite litigious. There were postings discussing that Archie may have shown signs of being depressed before this happened. It also seems Ella Carter really likes to harass people, so Ella Carter's a new name to this story, so I I'm interested to see what she's got to contribute. She was in the title, so I mean she must be important. I've had that Ella Carter message my 12-year-old brother threatening him and also me too. No surprise there. It's foul. WTAF. Who the hell threatens a child? That makes me so angry. I know it's disgusting. She was pretending to be her boyfriend messaging my little brother and threatening him and threatening me also. That's not even the half of the stuff I know about the family, as I am an ex of poor Archie's brother. It's disgusting how they're putting on a front to everyone, but they neglected that child. But sooner enough, karma will come, and the truth will be told on what really happened that day when the poor baby boy did what he did. I hope you are both okay. I would be going to the police. That's not acceptable. It's pretty clear he wasn't happy. It's just so sad. I have loads of screenshots of her threatening me and my little brother. Not just us, but my mom also, so I'm just waiting until the right time. But I didn't want to do it because of all the stuff that's been happening with poor Arch. But eventually the time will come when the truth is let out. It's very sad. He wasn't happy for a very long time. You could see by the TikToks he was making and the times I used to go around the house, and he used to be in his room all of the time. That doesn't matter. They shouldn't be threatening you. You have to think of yourself and your family. Please report them. They need to be brought to justice. I've messaged you. Can you message us, please? Ask Dignity for All. And then a new character, Ange Bryant, says, this is wrong on many levels, and to be honest, they are doing themselves absolutely no favors. Archie was bullied online I was going to do it in a British accent, but I'm real stoned, so I couldn't commit to it. But then my brain kind of just did it automatically. Archie was bullied online and they are supposedly wanting to raise awareness about the effects this has been on people, so why are they doing this? They can't now. Yeah, guess they can't now. Here is what other users were able to grab from Archie's TikTok, as well as archiving the main page. The main page is just like the TikToks that were up. You can't watch any of them, it doesn't seem. But, yeah, you can just see, I mean, like, weird shit he posted. I mean, it was odd, for sure. Bizarre. A little bit. Yeah, that's it. He also had himself a little girlfriend whose parents made her a part of everything going on and have warped her mind with the story Hollie is putting out. So you can see just some messages on Facebook talking about their interactions, like parents to view with their children, and just some pictures of him and his little girlfriend. So here are 2 videos of Archie doing stuff.
Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Then wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. I'm seeing your legs. Wait, wait.
Is that a bunny? One of those, like, Flemish giants or whatever. Nice. It is known that he was a gymnast and into MMA at an early age. Hollie acts like he is some prodigy in this sport, but videos and images shown in the general Tard thread were commented to be very poor in form and stuff for his age. There also appears, though, she states that he is in it competitively. No rewards except for participation rewards, usually given for goals met in the sports club itself. It appears that his first actual competitive fight was booked for the week after his suicide. What an unfortunate situation. This kid was definitely just forced to do a bunch of stuff he didn't want to do because his mom wanted to post him on the internet. And it just made him depressed because he didn't have any real identity himself. Another forum user posted this video where it appears that his mother's profession wasn't really hidden. Just a open household topic, I guess. Let's watch it.
Archie? Archie? Archie?
What the fuck? That's awful. What the hell? Alright.
You know what I'm saying?
Iced out rings.
Archie, look. Tell him. Tell him, real member, tell him.
Damn. My mom would have slapped the shit out of me. So right here we've got just a photo dump of pictures of Archie before the upcoming incident which we are about to cover. And I'm just going to let these play, I guess just in honor of Archie, because of course none of this is Archie's fault. He looks like he would have been a very nice kid. His scumbag mother just, I mean, it's sad. It's sad. The kid's not here anymore. He's dead, and she's still alive, and she's going to use this for the rest of her life to try to garner pity and money, probably, from other people, and it's gross. And it's unfortunate that Archie was born into a situation like that, and no kid deserves that. And, of course, there's people less fortunate than him, and there's people, but he was struggling, and he obviously needed help. And any cry out he probably made, his mom would just have filmed him and put it on TikTok. So that's fucking useless for him. It's just really unfortunate. So I thought the best way to honor him in Kiwi fashion is we'll take a dab. We're going to take a dab in Archie's honor. Just enjoy it. Enjoy the dab. This one's for you, Arch. I hope everybody's enjoying. I've been appreciating all the support as always. It's been awesome to see. Cheers. That was a good temperature. I'm feeling it. Feeling it really nicely. This has been a wild ride. This one's long as fuck. I have so much more to record. It's been taking me a long time. I'm hoping to have it out. I'm hoping to have it out soon. I mean, I got a long way to go though. It's this one goes deep. This one's dark. This one's pretty bumming. Like a lot of them are like mostly funny. This one had a very innocent party, that being Archie, which adds another layer of scumbaggery to Hollie. She's just the absolute worst. Anytime I see her, she just looks horrible. She looks so awful. What a monster. That's what it's all about though these days. Did you guys see Addison Rae's dad is a fucking creep, apparently. People just want to exploit their kids, man, for their own gain. That's what it's all about these days. It's fucked. My mom, she doesn't know I do YouTube or anything like this. She would be appalled. She is so against putting yourself on the internet, and yeah, it was like kind of annoying, like growing up. Like she was weird about social media and could be, but my God, I'm so grateful she didn't like try to push me to be famous in any way, like real fame too. Like we got what's going on with Jeanette McCurdy with her book that came out and everything. It just seems awful. It just seems like the absolute worst. Something I would just not want to deal with as a kid. And as a kid, you just don't have any choice. You just have to do it. You can't just say no. I mean, it doesn't work like that. Your mom might sign a fucking contract for you, and you got to make 28 episodes per season for 4 years. You know, it's that simple. It's that easy to just get fucked on in this, you know, by your parents. Kids have no control in America, at least. Doesn't seem like they have any control in Britain either, based on this situation. I just wanted to start off this section by putting this picture on the screen. This is a picture showing Hollie and her friends getting ready, or it looks like they're in the car, already ready, on their way out for a girls' night out, for drinks, have a bar night, hang out, chill, have a good time. This is 2 days before the incident we are about to cover. So I want you guys to keep that in mind as we continue forward. The accident. Well, why did I say it like that? The accident. There are multiple stories on what happened on April 7th. What is known as fact is that Archie hung himself with the dressing cord off their banister and was without oxygen long enough that his brain ceased functioning. The mother has differing tales of her own involvement, what she saw, how long things took, etc. Some of the tales Hollie has given for this event include up to 11 now. The original story was that she was in the house and didn't see Archie for 10 minutes or so, then came and found him hanging by the dressing cord. She then states she cut him down and he fell 8 feet and she ran out screaming and a neighbor came in and did CPR until paramedics arrived. In this original story, he was without oxygen for 40 minutes. Later, her story would change that he was only without oxygen for about 3 minutes and she did everything herself. Another story involved her walking out of her room about 5 minutes after he played a joke on her to find him laying on the floor on the top of the stairs where she undid the cord and started CPR there. Another story involved her coming home and finding him hanging. That's completely fucking different. Jesus. 2 stories involve no rabbit, but them coming home from dinner and suddenly he's on the hallway staircase. The only difference in the accounts is one she does CPR and one she runs around outside until she finds the neighbor to do CPR. Oh god, I got a cough. Some stories involve a joke with a rabbit beforehand, some do not. They either end with her being all happy about it to her screaming at him about it. I've left the room after a couple of minutes. Well, not a couple of minutes, like a few minutes. I had a phone call and had just pottered around, really. A couple of phone calls. Well, 2 phone calls had been taken place. A couple of text messages and then, sorry. So when I made the first phone call, he'd come into my room on the last phone call, and then I'd put down the phone. That's when we had the conversation about the rabbit. Another version has the bunny story gone, in that she was out of the house and came home, and Archie was laying on the floor with the cord around his neck. Her newest version of the story is the most perplexing yet. Now it states that he was playing with the rabbit, tripped, and somehow the dressing cord around his neck attached itself to the banister and hanged him. That's nuts. That's, oh god, what a fucking psychopath. Jesus Christ. He definitely just hung himself, right? Like, that would be my assumption. Alright, nice. I guess. They attempted to state that this was due to a TikTok challenge. TikTok themselves have made a statement on this, and the challenge they refer to does not involve hanging oneself over a banister. The choking challenge has existed long before TikTok existed, and the CDC even put out a report on it dating back to 1995, stating that it's been known of since 1970. TikTok spoke out itself in regards to Hollie's comments. Hi, sorry to ask, but what is this challenge these youngsters are been asked to do? I have grandchildren Alfie's age. I want to warn them so that doesn't happen again. Archie and I totally understand. Okay, one's called the Blackout Challenge. The Blue Whale is another. I'm not sure names of other ones. I will start to list them as I find out though. Okay, thank you. And I pray that your beautiful boy wakes up very soon. Sending hugs, keep strong. We're all behind you. Thank you. Alrighty, we got some videos and they need to fucking fix the farms. That was really annoying. I had to fucking make this buffer basically manually. Hopefully it doesn't pause while I'm recording this time. So let's give it a go. And this is more of her stories about how Archie died.
What parent would want to let go of a child? If there's even 1,000,000 to 1 chance that a miracle could come, who wouldn't hold on and fight until the end? This has been the heartbreaking reality in living hell for the parents of Archie Battersbee as they fight their son's doctors in court over whether his life support machine should be turned off. Well, I'm now joined by Archie's mother, Hollie Dance, and sister-in-law, Ellie Carter. Hollie, let's start tell us about Archie and tell us about
her
that fateful day and what happened.
I finally know.
Archie's a very bubbly, active little boy, very talented. He's a gymnast at South Essex Gymnastics. He's an MMA fighter. He had his first fight coming up. Great personality, really high-spirited, just an absolute joker, storyteller. He's just a really funny child. The day in question, we'd come in, we'd been out, and we'd come in, and he brought in his swim bag. What he said to me was sweets in the bedroom. I'd gone up to charge my phone. He brought this bag in and said, "I've got you some sweets," and I just laughed and said, "No, you haven't, you've got the rabbit in the bag." Then the rabbit poked his head out, and we both just started laughing and giggling. And then I told him, obviously, to take the rabbit downstairs, and I've left the room after a couple of minutes, just to check, really, that he'd taken the rabbit downstairs.
Why is there a rabbit involved?
Well, not a couple of minutes, like a few minutes. I'd had a phone call and just potted around, really, come out of the bedroom, and I noticed he wasn't in his room after calling him. Then noticed the rabbit at the top of the stairs, and very quickly noticed Archie the other side of the banister, with something around his neck.
What was your first thought when you saw that? How did you respond to that?
I just ran to him, shouted, "Archie." His lips had drained of colour a bit. Weren't purple, but they drained of colour. He was warm. Part of me actually thought he was still, that he was joking. Tried to get it off. It was under his chin and around the back of his neck. Tried to get it off of him. So I'm lifting with one arm, trying to pull the thing over his head. Couldn't do it. So I've moved it forward, run out the house, screaming for help. There was nobody there. Run straight back upstairs. Ended up snapping it, and when I snapped it, it became like a dead weight, really, and fell to the bottom of the hallway. I've then run outside again, help, screaming for help. The door was open, screaming for help. My neighbour walked around the corner, and I immediately started performing CPR on Archie. He did breathe. Breath come out of his mouth, the sound of breath come out of his mouth. I carried on. My next door neighbour.
How can your story change from you went and got the neighbor and he did CPR to you went outside and there was no neighbor and you did CPR? That is extremely different.
He was on the phone, like 999 call. He was on the phone, and I just carried on CPR, and then Joe took over. And then the ambulance arrived.
So the ambulance comes, Archie gets taken to hospital.
Yeah, Southend Hospital.
And not long after,
she kind of morphed the two stories
quite a while
there.
after.
About 3 hours, I think it took. They sent a team from the Royal London to pick him up and then bring him back to the Royal London.
I think we got to the Royal London at midnight, so it was actually quite some hours.
And up until this point, what sort of things have the doctors been telling you?
It was quite positive at first. The CT scan showed blood flow, and his eyes were reactive, and they were sort of discussing the possibility of an operation, a decompressive craniotomy, and then we just kind of.
And he was making attempts. He was breathing on his own. They put him into neuroprotection to prevent any further, brain activity causing obviously damage. And then we got to the Royal London, and she come in within about 10 minutes and said he's probably not going to survive, which obviously I don't really understand why Southend would send him there to die. It just didn't make any sense, really. And I don't believe Southend did send him there for that reason.
So Archie was put on life support.
Yes.
He's been on for 5 weeks now. And
8 weeks.
8 weeks. And they are now saying that it's time that he was taken off life support, that he doesn't have chances. And you have strong conviction that that is not the case.
Yes. I don't believe it's long enough. It's like 8 weeks, it's a brain injury.
Yeah, all those doctors are
I've been
definitely
talking to
wrong.
nurses,
That's what's happening.
like recently with coma COVID patients that have been on life support for like 3 months, 6 months at a time. Like they're put onto a ventilator and put into an induced coma. You know, this is a little boy with a brain injury. Well, why is he only getting this short amount of time?
And you have had backing from other doctors who have said they disagree.
In her first story, she said he was without oxygen for 40 minutes. There is zero chance he is alive.
With that verdict. They disagree that there is no hope.
A doctor from the USA, he gave evidence in court.
Yeah, he testified to say that...
He's got like a 37-page CV.
Very impressive. He said that there was a case in Canada of a girl in a very similar position who... Because they've depicted Archie as deteriorating, and that's just simply not the case. And similarly with this girl in Canada, they said that she was deteriorating and it was
God, look at her botched lip
brain
filler.
death, and they moved her to a different hospital where there was a religious exemption law, and it turned out she was just severely malnourished, and all of that deterioration was reversed, and she started responding to commands, which Archie's been taken off of feed for sometimes a week at a time.
Right.
And
So he's not getting his nutrition.
Yeah.
So you have the support of a doctor from America who is helping you, backing you up. What other support do you have? What other support do you need?
Any hospital over here would be brilliant, amazing, that would possibly take Archie and just give him time. You know, without this hospital's very rushed to end it and get him off the ventilator. You know, there's been no time for healing or recovery.
We've got a petition out there as well that if everyone could sign and share would just make the world of difference. We've got a GoFundMe page for medical treatment because unfortunately it's unlikely that the NHS are going to be willing to take Archie. So if there's a single hospital in the entire world that would even give Archie a chance, then we're willing to take that chance.
We'd like to take it.
Yeah, we're just begging people to help get the word out there and spread the message, really.
As a mother, there's no parent in the world would give up, and you just want more time.
Definitely, I want more time.
I mean, just finally, there's been a circulated video that you've taken of Archie gripping onto your hand.
I've got loads of those videos now. I think the one that maybe Ella sent you is Archie holding the 3 fingers. I've got one of him squeezing 2, where you can see my fingers are bright red and his knuckles are white, where he's squeezing. It's clearly not a reflex. And I'm shaking my hand very, very vigorously on that one, and he's still holding on.
I don't know what to say. Hollie, Ella, it's an incredible battle that you're fighting. The nation's hearts are with you, I'm sure, and I really hope someone watching today can answer your call for help.
Thank you.
It's an extremely moving story. Well, we have got a statement from Barts Health NHS Trust. Their spokesperson said this is an incredibly sad case, and our thoughts and sympathies are with Archie's family at this time. We await the court's decision.
All right, video number 1. On to video number 2. So this is even more convolution to her story. So let's go.
It's the unimaginable tragedy that's the focus of a court battle at the moment as 12-year-old Archie Battersbee's parents are fighting to keep him alive.
Just over a month ago, Archie was found unconscious at the top of the stairs after allegedly trying to complete an online blackout challenge where participants cut off the oxygen supply to their brain.
Well, despite doctors declaring that Archie is likely brain stem dead, his mum, Hollie, still believes there is hope. And she joins us now alongside Archie's auntie, Ella. And good morning to both of you.
Morning.
Thank you for coming in today. I am so sorry you are going through this. Every parent's worst nightmare. What sort of boy is he? What's he like?
He's a very energetic boy, very happy, very positive. Just really uplifting to have around. Very
Tells a good
high-spirited. Oh, he really tells a good story.
Yeah.
Very believable stories.
So up until this moment, 8 weeks ago, life was good. He's got his older siblings who he absolutely idolises.
Absolutely
He
adores.
just did his first MMA fight. He's a fighter through and through, and that's going to be really important to this story. Just explain then what happened on that day, if you're OK to do so.
Yeah, so we had been out when I had something to eat. We come home, then we popped into Tesco's, come home, we was going to the pictures. I needed to charge my phone, so we've come in, done a bit sort of potting around downstairs, then said I'm going to go upstairs, charge my phone and just put a few things away, Arch. He's followed me upstairs, like he does, follows me everywhere. Followed me upstairs, come into my bedroom with, the swimming bags in school. He said, Mum, I've got you some sweets. And I just laughed. I went, no, you haven't. You've got the rabbit in the bag, Arch. And with that, the rabbit poked his head out the top of the bag and we both just started laughing.
Silly.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the second
Like he
time she's
does.
mentioned the fucking rabbit.
I just know him.
So maybe it
I
was
knew
real.
the rabbit was in the bag. And then I've told him to take the rabbit downstairs, which he did. He was a bit quiet, but that's not really unnormal for Archie. A couple of phone calls. Well, there's two phone calls had taken place, a couple of text messages, and then he come in like to my room. So when I'd made the first phone calls, he'd come into my room on the last phone call, and then I put the phone down. That's when we had the conversation about the rabbit. He's then left, gone a bit quiet. I've pottered around, come out the bedroom, called him. His bedroom's directly opposite mine. Called him, 'cause the blanket was on the floor and the blanket didn't move, so I knew he weren't in his bedroom. And as I've looked to the right, the rabbit's at the top of the stairs. And then I've seen Archie the other side of the banister. First of all, I thought he was just standing there, but then I realised he had something tied around his neck. So obviously I ran over to him, tried to get it off. It wasn't around his neck, it was under his chin, but it had gone from, cut off the windpipe. Tried to get it off, couldn't lift him and put it over his head. It was like a big hoop, but I couldn't put it over his head. Tried to lift him, I couldn't, so I've just pulled it forward as much as I could, run out screaming.
To get help.
To get help. Nobody was there, so I've come back in and I've just ended up snapping it. And as I snap it, he fell the other side, so he's fallen. I think it's an 8 feet drop, isn't it? 8 foot drop. I'm onto the hallway. So again, I'm screaming. My neighbours come round the corner. I've started CPR on Archie immediately. And breath come out of his mouth. Carried on CPR. My neighbour's then taken over. And then called the ambulance.
Oh, he looks so
Was there
off-put by this.
any hint that he'd been on TikTok? Had he talked about this craze? Was he likely a sort of boy that would follow these sort of things?
He's on that particular app. He doesn't really spend a lot of time on his phone, Archie, because he's either doing his gymnastics, he's a gymnast, South Essex Gymnastics, he's either doing gymnastics or he's doing his MMA or he's doing exercises I got him one of them big bob things for Christmas. He's on that 24/7, isn't he? He's become a new feature of the house, this Bob.
But he's a bit of a daredevil. So
He's a daredevil.
He's
So
constantly
he's a
pushing
daredevil.
himself to try new things.
And you saw this challenge afterwards, and you're trying to find a reason, trying to find what on earth happened.
Well, to be honest, first of all, that didn't actually come into my mind. I just thought that it was an accident. He's been mucking about, maybe it was holding the rabbit and his foot slipped because there's this black scuff mark going down the banister. So I still can't rule that out, but it has been highlighted and the police are looking into his phone. It has been highlighted that, are you sure he wasn't copying this challenge? And his sister said that he was opening and closing her door the night before with this round his head. So
God, it just highlights how dangerous these sorts of challenges are on social media and how children and anyone shouldn't take part and copy these things because the results can be fatal.
Well, it's only when we looked into it how many children have actually died. So I think it's 82 children. have died.
Well,
I'm too lazy
did
to look
everything
into
he
those
possibly
stats, but
could.
is that
He's
true?
rushed to a local hospital. Was he breathing on his own when he went to the hospital?
He was making efforts to breathe on his own at Southend.
Yeah. And then he's taken on to the Royal London Hospital, which is where you're told he wouldn't survive.
Yeah, well, he probably won't survive within about 10 minutes of being there. Which obviously I found a bit odd that Southend had sent him to... I couldn't really get my head around that.
Yeah, was he...
I don't really know the hospital situation in Europe, obviously, or these specific ones, but if the Royal London, I think he said, is the bigger one that told her that he's not going to make it, if that's just a nicer, bigger hospital where they have access to more equipment and such, it's likely they could more easily see the actual issues going on. And I don't know. I don't understand the questioning in a situation like this. A doctor could show you the necrotic brainstem, if I'm sure they have, but I don't know. I feel like going in, you think, okay, better hospital, better equipment, they're going to be able to run more tests. If they come in and say, hey, I'm sorry, this is the case, I think I wouldn't be suspicious necessarily right off the rip. It's just, I mean, I'm sure it's just like mourning. She wants to be okay. She wants her son to be okay. But I mean, this lady obviously just used her son as a prop, so fuck her. And she's going to continue to do that in his death, so I'm sorry, Archie. You're not being honored properly.
Was he then put on life support?
He was on life, so they had... when we was at Southend, she said, he's already making efforts to breathe himself, Mum, but we've had to neuroprotect him, which means they have to sedate him, so put him into an induced coma for neuroprotection.
So then this is where there's this test. They want to perform this test. So this was a brain stems test, and this was to decide whether or not he would be classed as brain dead. And the issue with this is that the moment that classification comes into place, then you lose all rights to deciding his fate and what happens with his machine. So for obvious reasons, because you'd seen some light there, you didn't want that test to take place.
No, definitely not. It was too soon as well. It's within 3 days of being in hospital. You know, we went there thinking that there was 2 procedures, wasn't there?
Yeah, Southend had discussed the possibility of doing like a decompressive craniotomy, and that procedure was discussed with Great Ormond Street, and they said just to wait and see how the brain reacts over the next 72 hours. And then before we knew it, we were being told that he was brain dead, and that they just had to do these tests as a legal formality to be able to certify brain death, and then we'd have sort of 24 hours to get the family up to say goodbye, and then a conversation about organ donation would take place. And it was only after some research that I saw that they can sign a death certificate after this brainstem test, and we'd lose all right to demand any care. So I said, we've got to refuse it.
So you then end up in court?
Yeah, they had us in court within 2 weeks.
Well, did you have legal representation?
Monday, coming, will be our 9th court appearance. He's been in hospital for 8 weeks.
And so this is for a stranger to decide the fate of your son, who has been under your care completely up until this point. And almost harder than that, I would think, for you, sitting by your son's bedside is the most important thing in the world, because you don't know how much time you've got left.
So every single minute is precious, and I'm having to go, obviously, to court and sit there all day. I'm not getting back to the hospital some days till 7:30 at night.
Oh, that's terrible.
You, as you say, you obviously want to spend as much time as you can with him. You were in court again yesterday. The decision hasn't yet been made, so you're still waiting for that. That's hanging over you. It all seems so, at your worst possible time, so horribly brutal. Are there signs of hope for you? The medical experts have said there's no hope here. What hope have you got as his mum?
That's not entirely true. There's a medical expert
he's got like a 37-page
Yeah.
CV of just pure excellence, and he totally disagrees with what the Royal London are saying.
They're painting a picture of that Archie's deteriorating and essentially disintegrating, but this expert that we had give evidence yesterday did actually give a case study of a young girl in Canada who had a brain injury, and the doctors very similarly painted a picture of that she was severely brain injured, most likely brain dead, and that she was disintegrating, and she got taken to New Jersey where there's a religious exemption law, and it turned out she was just severely malnourished, and all of that deterioration was actually reversed, and she started responding.
So you just want time. You want time to wait and see what happens, because at the moment you feel him holding your hand.
He's held my hand. He's opened his eyes. At the minute, he's quite a few days. He's been doing this. I looked like somebody said that it could be neurostorming, so things like.
God damn it, Kiwi Farms, Noel, fix your
trained
shit.
on his sats.
Jesus
and then correct
Christ.
after sort of like minutes. I think one day it went on for an hour, and again this morning, the same as yesterday morning. And soon the nurse said, "Great night, really, really good night." By the way, can I just say the nurses have been amazing at the hospital. The nurse, he's
so compassionate.
Yeah, they've been really, really good, brilliant.
But he had a good night.
Yeah, so yeah, really good night. And then she's looking at the machine again, exactly the same as yesterday, and said, "Oh, I don't believe it, his heart rate's just gone up, and like now his BP's gone up." And so I obviously got up, spoke to him, explained what I'm doing this morning. You know, I'll see you in a little while, Arch. Love you. Kissed him. Come out, phoned when I've got downstairs. Everything's gone totally back to normal. So, and that to me is like a response. He's heard my voice in the morning. Things of it. It's like he communicates via the blood pressure.
Yeah.
You have
Yeah,
to have
that's how
every
it works.
possible hope you can.
Definitely, because I just think if I don't explore every avenue, and if I don't fight for his life, and then later on we realise, well, actually, we didn't look into that. Yeah, we've missed something. Yeah. I'm going to spend the rest of my life not knowing and thinking, what if? And I'm going with my gut, and there's a gut instinct. A mother, or a father's, but a mother's gut instinct. They're so. I think you should really go with it.
There isn't a parent on this planet that wouldn't be doing what you're doing now.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, definitely not. The Barts Health NHS Trust spokesperson said, "This is an incredibly sad case. Our thoughts and sympathies are with Archie's family at this time. We await the court's decision." As do we all. No one more than you. I hope you get the time you need. Thank you for coming in today, and I know you really want to get back to him now. So.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
you.
Love. All right.
Wow. She's awful to just listen to, even in like a moment where it might be easy to pity her. She's just unlikable. Moving on. The following sections contain images that some viewers may find disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. Here we are following the tales that occurred in the hospital and all the wonderful things Hollie did to try to support Archie in his time of need. I mean, Mother of the Year here. You're all about to see it go down. Archie is on a ventilator, feeding tube, and numerous medications, just so he is able to be alive. It was noted that no sedation is required for Archie, and this was confirmed by his mother. She does not realize that this actually goes against her case, that he is fine since sedation is used since the body's automatic response to a ventilator done in the way it is in Archie would be to fight against it. Archie has no gag reflex nor any of the normal reflexes that should be shown in even someone in a persistent vegetative state. If you look at the wall during the videos she posts from Archie's room, there is a big banner that states, "Do resuscitate, no end of life care." She had fought for him to be trached by the hospital, said no. She also planned to do a vigil to try to force the hospital to do what she wishes. She also has broken hospital rules by sneaking the rabbit in. She seems to constantly think she knows more than the hospital. I mean, that's been obvious. She clearly thinks she knows better than all these fucking doctors. She thinks more that she knows more than the hospital and requests things to be changed, such as removing his TPN. I don't know what a TPN is. She also admits to video recording the doctors and nurses and has actively accused them of trying to kill Archie for his organs. I mean, that's the greater plot at hand, obviously. They're just trying to harvest some organs here. Sorry about the size on this one, but here's some more Facebook nonsense from Hollie. So, Donna Marie Seton says, haven't they talked about tracheotomy yet to protect his airways? Sorry if I have overstepped with this comment. To which Hollie responds, I did. They just dismissed it. Absolutely shocking they are. The way British people type is funny. Alright, and an announcement to Archie's Army. Hollie posts, Dear Archie's Army, very important announcement. Time, 7 p.m. Date, June 13th, 2022. Venue, outside Royal Hospital, or Royal London Hospital, on the street. Thank you for being there for him and the family. Your support has been amazing, and I am truly blessed to have Archie as my son. He has made me a proud mother. May I please call upon all of you to attend a vigil for him. I am calling upon all faith leaders, supporters from all communities, and politicians to attend and pray for my son, that God hears his voice and grants him healing. I want the most important people there, so that they see me, the best mom ever, and I can maybe claw my way into a little less obscurity. So there's a picture of her sneaking the bunny into Archie's room. Not allowed. Arch had another unsettled night. I'm asking for them to remove neckline today, and I am really wanting them to start antibiotics as I think he has an infection somewhere. Still absorbing feed, 55 milliliters, so on his max now. These were brought up with love from Essex police weeks before last. I don't know. I don't think I put that on this page. So nice to have the community. I'm so high. Wow, I can't read. Let me recope for a second. I'm looking away from the words. So nice to have the community, minus the trolls behind you. Enjoy your day, Archie's Army. I do not consent to anyone using Archie's pictures. Copyright. That's exactly how copyright works. More Facebook. Hi all, I'm so sorry. I haven't mentioned court today, but it was just the directions hearing, that's why. Hearing is the 11th. Archie's had a great day. He's had his reflexology. I heard a nurse discussing with the registrar that sodium urine and him not being on fluid just feed all good. Also told doctor I'm recording her and asked if she's happy Archie's absorbing feed and holding on to it. She said yes. See how she changes that in court next week. I've also got the proof Archie has not had a cardiac arrest at this hospital, and in fact there is no damage to her heart as indicated at appeal. BP dropping and buzzer being pressed and resulting in putting Archie's feet up is not a cardiac arrest. As Hollie knows as Dr. Dance. I have to say this, sorry to make people understand where I'm coming from. I have to say this, sorry, just to make people understand where I'm coming from. Punctuation goes a long way, lol cows. So it was put to court by doctor that Archie would have a cardiac arrest if not taken off ventilator. Okay, first of all, the only way you would know this as he's in a coma is the monitor would flatline. Okay, you all with me? Now, if they remove the ventilator after 3 minutes, no oxygen, he would also have cardiac arrest. However, I would have to watch him turn blue slowly. First, I'm making a point in court. It should be God way if Archie's time to be let be naturally. Oh my goodness. My brain broke. I need these people to start punctuating. Or maybe I'll write it in proper English so I can read it better. Whew. I'm making a point in court. It should be God's way if Archie's time is up to let it be naturally. I still believe Archie, given time, is going to wake up, and so what if it's vegetative or disabled or needs rehabilitation stay, we will love him and care for him regardless. Love is unconditional, and you don't stop because your child becomes disabled. Now, dignity for all. Top fans Sharon and Sarah, please go read between the lines. Your page is pro-children on ventilators being sentenced to death. We clearly have a conflict of interest, and as Archie's my child, not yours, it's not you I'm asking to look after him, so kindly go think about how you would feel if someone wanted to end your child's life because he may wake disabled. Discrimination of the highest standard, that's what your page is about. Shame on you. So I'm finally getting some light as to what Dignity for All is. It seems to be a page that is saying what Hollie's doing is fucked up to keep someone alive who's like this. He should die with dignity, which I agree with. I 100% agree with. I also will say, before I continue on, my stone brain was like, yep, that's it, you're right. She is the mom, and this is a child. And I don't know how that feels. So Hollie's fight in her own mind, though she's clearly using it to leverage publicity for herself, I don't know what she's going through. Morning. Okay, so a bit in depth, but Arch has gone from being on Lepermide to Movcol, which are two very opposite meds. After going Lou about 20 minutes, I questioned 4 times so far, shouldn't it be stopped as it's well and truly done its job? No. It sounded like something Cleverbot would have wrote me. I don't want him losing weight or becoming dehydrated and affecting sodium levels as it needs to be so steady. So last night, after being very negative, he then needs fluid bolus and BP is all over the place. Like most of the night, today I will be insisting if you want to continue it, then I want X-ray to see the overflow or it's being stopped. He's settling again now, but I saw this coming the last 3 days now. Oh, I'm sure you did. Saw it coming from a mile away, Dr. Dance. This is Archie now. Not losing weight like courts are being told now. His stats all good as they have been 99% time he's been there. He's on 3 drugs and the main one is running at 5% to 10%. Archie is doing the rest. Clearly not actions of a brain dead child. The videos I have of machine and him taking breaths all ignored. This is something much there is something much bigger going on here. I hope and pray no one ever has to go through this. They're harvesting his organs, Hollie. Be weary. They're doing it. After the court date, she started stating that the MRIs used weren't Archie's. It is believed she was told to tone this down because much of this was deleted. We all know the court will go in favor of the hospital. It's a stage show, but facts are only way to pronounce death is heart and brain stem test. The law is not an MRI. The MRI child has 9 bottom teeth. No vent tube down throat. Nurses confirmed Archie has 12 bottom, but no evidence is allowed to be put in front of us. LOL. Why? Why have we not been allowed an independent doctor not connected to the Royal London? Why was I not allowed a private blood test day? It's like a event. Why was I not allowed a private blood test day? They was going to do brainstem tests but couldn't? Too many questions unanswered. Why was another child's medical records put in Archie's medical records? Just a few questions that won't be answered on this court case. But let's keep allowing the system to get away with these things and hope no one else has to go through this. Honestly, don't waste your breath. She's part of the vile trolling page DLA. An MRI is not a legal way to pronounce death, and the brainstem controls heart rate and temperature. Hey, I guess that part is working, as he has spot on both. Anyway, thank you, and I hope my post above clears a few things up. I will not give up until Arch does, and I wonder if Kaya would give up so easily if it was one of her children. Enjoy your weekend, everyone. Are you a doctor then? Southend Hospital sent him there for an OP. Southend Hospital said he was breathing himself. Southend, I'm sure, do have qualified doctors that don't put a child in neuroprotection, then send all the way to London to die. Southend don't let gynecologists that are qualified to do internal examinations on women's private areas to pronounce brain death. The Royal London did. The heartbreak will be our heartbreak, yes, but to spend the rest of our life picturing him turning blue once a vent is pulled away will overwhelm heartbreak all day long, so no, I will fight until Archie gives up, which according to doctors at this hospital was 12 weeks ago, so should be any time, I guess. Then you will have to find something else to talk about over your coffee. Man. Please don't be fooled by thinking Arch is brain damaged beyond repair. He was without oxygen for 3 minutes, not 40 like these have been misinformed. Yeah, misinformed by you! I'm assuming Southend didn't send him here to die. This hospital chose to leave him because they were given the wrong information, so assume the worst damage. Still to this day, nothing to take swelling down, but if you think sentencing my child to death will stop you from having to pay out for damages you caused by leaving him in your wrong, Southend put him into neuro protection for a reason. You took him out on day 2. Can I prove it? LOL. Course I fucking can. Along with every single thing you have done wrong. I'm not only going to fight you for Archie, but every innocent child you sentenced to death. I'm about to open a can of worms you really can't cover up. Dun dun dun. The mother posts many conspiracy theories about the hospital itself. She had stated previously that they only want Archie to die so that they can harvest his organs. She also has stated that they screw with his feeds and his ventilator settings. Archie is medically fragile, and when he has events due to this, she has blamed nurses, stating that they purposely caused them. She also accused them of letting him bleed all over when in reality it was a line that just got jostled and had to be relocated. So she's just a very accusatory mother, very clearly to the... She's gonna be a bitch. I mean, it's clear. She was a bitch before, so now she can justify her bitchiness. She's gonna do it. Good morning, Archie's army. Arch had a stable night again. Hospital continued to keep stopping his feed, which I find concerning, as he's lost 2 stone in their care. After kicking off yesterday, they were finally resumed after another 48-hour period of none to 20 milliliters an hour. One thing Archie has always done is absorbing his feed, so pretty unsure as to why they continue to keep stopping. Still, never mind, sure, they know what they're doing. His sats are all good, so see what today brings. So now you want to address the soiled mess you left him in for 45 minutes, a time that I'm telling you hasn't helped in giving him an infection. Too late complaint was already formally in. You don't want to listen to me at the time, fine. Feeds paused again for 6 hours to be assessed. I hope everyone is seeing this for themselves, not that it's going to help Archie, because clearly I have no rights until it's too late and he has become another child under the care of authority that the parent calls, begs, and concerns were ignored. Oh, and this is low blood pressure. Please, it's hypertension stage 2. I wish you could type. I wish you could write elegantly. I appreciate when they can write like adults. It's very, very helpful in my job here. So here you can get a picture of his equipment, his monitoring stuff. And another post. This is the dressing that covers the arterial line, so has to be kept clean. As you can see, that is stool on there, and before all you trolls jump on it, it's only a little bit. I don't care if it's a spot, it leads to cross-contamination. This one on floor is the tube that is used for sucking out secretions from his lungs and mouth, nose, where infection sets in. As you can see, it's just been used to suck up stool. Okay, I get the pot has been changed, but the surrounded area has not been disinfected. Also, this pic is very traumatizing for me, and I can't put his little body pics up because I find it too upsetting. But this is how much weight Arch has lost in the very short time he's been here. Constant stopping his feeds. I asked yesterday, is he on the max dose of lipamide? I was told yes. Today they say, oh, we have increased his lipamide. She spelled it differently. Jesus Christ. I'm missing something here. Am I missing something here? Question mark. I would have known that was a question if she used a question mark. So, the last days or so have the drug could have been maxed and the stool hardened. I've asked to see Gastor team today, but they're not in until Monday. Let's just pray Arch hangs on in there whilst being starved and open to infection because he's so vulnerable. So that's what she was referring to, I guess. Oh, Jesus Christ. He is not looking good. Bernice Groves posts, absolutely heartbreaking, on the phone to Hollie Dance, and she is begging them to see a gastro doctor because the amount of weight our little Archie is losing. They then say that there is no doctor till Monday. Hollie replied, well, what if someone come in as an emergency? The doctor said there is an on-call doctor. There is on-call doctor, so Hollie says, can he see an on-call doctor? Then please to the response of, sorry, no, one till Monday. My heart breaks for this, his family. Damn. Get fucked, I guess. Damn. I trust no one with my son. No one but his parents have Archie's best interests at heart, which is why it should be no one else's choice. Can any nurses on this wall explain why this is acceptable? Please. Just asking. So there's some blood. I guess some bleeding happened. This is an arterial line transducer. They can become loose quite easily when rolling and repositioning. If they detach, then yes, they do leak. However, they also leak the transducer fluid, not just blood. From what I can see, it looks like it was recognized quickly and retightened. Pictures taken prior to changing bedding sheets, but it looks very fresh. Yes, I took the pic as she was about to clean it up and change the sheet. Thank you for your reply. I suggest with respect that you take down this post now you have an answer. It is not fair on the nurses, especially as the mistake was recognized and the bed changed quickly. People are getting angry on this post and demanding you call in the nursing director, when in fact it's been dealt with appropriately. She definitely fucking just ignores that though, I'm sure. Some more accusations she has made against the hospital include: she stated Archie got sepsis because the hospital refused to clean his room. Now he opens his Now he opens his and eyes and is very drowsy. She states again they are starving him. She wants Archie to not be sedated, yet later admits he is not on sedation. She thinks the MRI is wrong because she only saw 8 teeth instead of 13. She thinks necrosis is irreversible. Fucking necromancer over here. She thinks that they purposely put Archie on muscle relaxers so he'd fail the precursor test. She equates children being put near the nurse's desk as them zeroing out a child to kill, not that they require extra attention because they are in seriously a bad way. And holy fuck, what happened? She accused the hospital of attempting to cause cardiac arrest by giving him potassium. Is there any weight to that? I might look it up and find out because I'm curious enough. They beg for independent doctors and lawyers to do things while posting that the hospital is attempting to hurt Archie. These posts have all been deleted by now. Against what I said at this pic of my little boy traumatizing to me, however, I can't put across any other way how urgent this is. Please, can anyone help us? Desperately seeking a QC lawyer. We have applied desperately with no luck and urgently need one. A gastro specialist. We have continuously requested a meeting with a gastro consultant which can't see us for 3 days, and in the meantime Archie is literally starving. Anyone with a medical law background or connections. Please contact us directly on number, email. Please contact us. Thank you so much. Hollie fights that Archie responds to her via squeezing her hand and heart rate via his monitor. No one has ever been able to reproduce these effects, and the videos she shows do not show him squeezing her hand at all. She has only ever reproduced one video to attempt to prove this. Her army told her to obtain an Apple Watch for him to keep tabs since she and they believed the nurses were altering things, which she has done. He has had sepsis as well as multiple infections. She also believes that the fact that he drools proves that his brain works. She added on to this to say that she had proof that he was breathing as well. Let's get into that proof. So here's a picture of the smartwatch she got for Archie. She comments, so I got Archie the smartwatch, not a clue how to work it, but apparently he's had 1.25 hours of sleep. Also maybe look up other devices that he can wear. I would wear multiple ones so they all have similar readings. That way they can't say one didn't work. Please write me if you can. I found something online that they woke up a lady from a coma after 2 years and they gave her a medication and it woke her up for about 3 hours and then she went back to sleep. There is a medication. Write me and I can show you. They don't continue that post, but it's sick-minded people supporting other sick-minded people to do more sick shit. A sad picture here of Archie. A bit of temperature hanging around, still 37.3. Think I'm going to push for a chest x-ray today. Good morning, folks. This morning's update on Archie. Video update will follow shortly. I'm a little concerned. Archie's had a slight rise in temperature, 37.2 max, but still higher than his normal, which is 36.5. This last 5 days. I'd say in the morning along with high blood pressure, but again only around this time, so 5 a.m. onwards. Very odd. He's gone from dropping low to now high. He's been given nifedipine to take it down, so it's now lowered, but his vasopressin has now fallen into a lower band of just 5%, as his sodium levels have remained consistent all night, so his BP will lower anyways. So now his BP will go too low because of the vasopressin. This is really small, it's hard to read, I apologize. Absorbing feed well still, however, now has gone other way with stool and needs to go. Maybe the buildup is causing the high blood pressure, not sure, but they stopped the loperamide yesterday, so hopefully that will help until he does, then straight back on it. Just seen, it's a beautiful day outside, so enjoy the weather, everyone, and make sure you tell everyone in your family how much you love them. Life is precious, and one thing I have no regrets about is I've told Arch every day of his life how much I love him. Also, thank God every day for giving me the most precious gift in life, my 3 children. Archie's had a really good day. Stable in all his stats. That blood pressure, heart rate, oxygen, and CO2. His ventilator pressure is in air, so good. Still absorbing his feeds and even dribbling when Leona and Catherine offered him chocolate cake. Something I have noticed a lot the last 2 weeks is saliva in Archie's mouth, which comes from the pituitary gland, part of the brain that is supposed to be dead. Anyway, sodium has been consistent, so vasopressin has gone from hourly changes to full day on 15%. In fact, he has been 10 to 20% vasopressin for some time now, so progressing positively. No infections as he's fought last one off. He's only needed 2 potassium corrections today, compared to a couple of weeks ago. 7. A random 7. Something's changing. What will it be? But like I said, as long as Archie's fighting, so am I. God has a plan, so only he can make that decision. As far as I'm concerned, sitting here chilling with Arch counting each day we wake up together as a blessing. So this is my 3rd video. I didn't want to put it on here until I was sure, and from what I am hearing back, it's a yes to Archie starting breathing. The numbers are set to 14 and both yellow and white change. The white lungs that also flash up confirm he is taking breaths. Only to this breathing exercise in background I play though. Come on, Archie. And there is an x-ray of his chest, so I guess you got it. I don't know. I can't give you anything on that. I ain't a doctor. There has been statements by people that she has been harassive to staff and letting people onto the unit. She attempted to make a show of this for her army by making a vague post, then exaggerating it up later. There also have been multiple reports of her trying to live feed the removal of his ventilation. So some more Facebook posts. She says, sorry I've been quiet. She says quite, but she meant quiet. But I've been in the cupboard with the chaplain. What an eventful day. Is that a British saying? Like, oh, I've been having a cupboard in the chaplain. I don't know. That's what it sounds like to me, though. Hi everyone, can I just say my post about being in the cupboard with the chaplain yesterday was correct. It wasn't a joke. The troll group sent 3 men to the hospital to cause trouble, so the chaplain took me into a room that turns out to be the toy cupboard because he was concerned for my safety. Bless him. They verbally abused the chaplain, praying for Archie. I believe they are trying to instigate harm and distress to me and my family, so I urge everyone who supports Archie not to pay their negative comments about wanting Archie dead. They have caused alarm and distress to nurses too, and they don't deserve the attention that they are receiving. These trolls. Thank you. I know it's hard to ignore, but let them discredit me, my children, and close friends. It's not about us, it's about Archie. Thank you all. Oh, she's like falling on the sword for Archie. That's surprising, honestly. And dignity for all posts. Apparently the 3 men, she let the men in even though she didn't know them. They then started causing issues, shouting religious phrases towards a healer. H has already been told numerous times not to let anyone into the ward due to safety. However, yesterday Hollie asked on her profile regarding white witches. Could they have been upset? And lastly, some more Archie's Army discussion. Carrie says, please get the police involved. That is utterly shocking and abhorrent, vile behavior. They are truly depraved monsters. The sister on duty asked the men how they got in, and they told her staff let them in. I was with Jack just getting Archie ready for a bath when these men poked their head round Archie's room. I went to his door and said, you can't come in here. That is blatant harassment, so sorry you're all being put through this by those evil, sick individuals. They are clearly deranged. Very concerning, staff let them into a secure area, a total breach of safety. So as you can see, she just goes on and fucking lies to her followers. She let them in, and then she says that the hospital staff let them in, making them, once again, the bad guys in her sick, twisted narrative. Different med lists have shown... Wow, what a voice crack. Did you guys hear that? Different med lists have shown up in her postings. It has been stated that he is on a lot of pressors to keep his blood pressure up. The hospital states that he will suddenly just lose a bunch of fluid via his urine or diarrhea, which causes his blood pressure to drop significantly. It's probably a bad sign for your vitals if you take a big fucking shit and your blood pressure drops. I don't really feel like trying to read Dr. Scribble, but I will put these up on the screen if you guys would like to. These are apparently Archie's meds and shit, I guess. Yeah, they're all right there. Oh, take a look at them. I need a fucking dab, so that's going to be happening soon. But there you go. She has posted photos like this to show Archie opening his eyes, which has led to numerous chants of, "Open your eyes, Archie," from her army. And you can see here, these are some disturbing pictures of his eyes kind of opening. I mean, it's rough, but here they are. And she posted these. She posted these in support of his life. And here is a video similar to the pictures we just saw.
I'm not. Archie.
Glasgow Coma scale discussed in court documents shows Archie with a score of 3. This is the lowest score you can obtain on this test. There is also a flowchart on brain death as well that is helpful in understanding Archie's state. I'm going to show all these on screen. I don't really know what they mean. Here they are. So you can see here the Glasgow Coma scale. It's pretty clear. He scored a 3, which would be 111. Here's a flow chart for comas, where he definitely ends up in patient is in a coma. A few other things they show here. Pause and look over it if you want. I'm not a doctor. It doesn't really interest me that much. But Archie's in a coma. Or not in a coma. I don't know which they were proving with the 3. But he's in a severe coma or not a coma. So that's what I can tell you. At one point, Dr. Hollie accused them of ignoring the fact that Archie probably had a broken neck and posted about an MRI where she saw bone lump, quote unquote. So let's see what that's all about. So our master sleuth / doctor is investigating this bone lump. From the start of being here, Archie's BP drops drastically when placed on his right side, so much so that most of the nurses now say it themselves, he don't like his right side. Definitely a response. Archie fell 8 feet and landed on his neck / back. Well, my computer screen just fucking went black. I don't know what happened, but we're back. Maybe the CT at Southend didn't pick up the injury as they were looking at Archie at artery damage in neck. These only looked for damage in brain and blood flow. The stem test could not go ahead because he showed signs on nerve damage by paralysis, so no muscle response from body or face. Any suggestions of this could be an injury that's stopping Archie being conscious. I only ask is not allowed to be seen by independent specialist. Anyone know anyone in this field that could ask for advice on injuries that could cause BP drops on one side, unconscious, paralyzed? What? Jesus. So there's the bone lump. There it is, the aforementioned bone lump. Not a professional, but that don't look right, hun. What the doctors say it is. Nothing. I've been asked for an x-ray since I got here as the lump on the bone is protruding out of the back of his neck. Not been allowed one. His head has flopped down from day one. That's so bad. First scan they should have done. That's so bad. First scan they should have done. Why that bit of bone look out? Awful. Just awful. No wonder you get your own answers. Bloody useless doctors. Yep, that's right. The doctors are all wrong. Facebook mobs. Smart. And here we have another photo dump of Archie. These are pictures of Archie in the hospital. And I will acknowledge these are pretty rough at points just to go through. Here they are, though. Gonna take this opportunity to have a smoke break. And I hope this doesn't come off as rude. I am 100%. I feel so bad for this kid. And his mother is such a despicable human being. Just using him as a way to leverage her own fame, I guess, but it's infamy, and she has to know that. I mean, maybe not. Narcissists don't always see that. But, I mean, this kid was her victim, and it ended his life. It very clearly took him to a point where he didn't even want to live. He didn't want to continue into adulthood to a point he would be away from her, because kids can't see that. That's his whole world, is this woman making him do these things, and it seemed like she was very much forcing him to be the person that he was. Like that, I don't know. It was sad. This is a sad story overall, and I'm channeling that into hatred for his mom, which is much more entertaining than looking at sad little boy. But I want it to be clear, I feel so bad for Archie. This is tragic. This poor boy. He looked like normal kid, man. As a normal kid. He just wanted to have a normal life, be a kid. And his mom didn't let that happen. So this one's for you, Archie. Let's spark up. Let's get stoned to move further in. This next portion's going to be real interesting. I promise you that. All right. Alrighty, I hope that was good, and let's move on to this next part. Barry is a little stuffed monkey that they bring to all the court appointments as a type of proxy for Archie. He gets stories written about him to show his antics, and they went as far as to one time dressing him up in robes and a wig and placing him in front of the judge. And let's see what Barry's all about. So here we have Paul Battersbee and Hollie Dance, previously accused a judge of not giving real or proper weight to multiple issues. Here they are, posing with Barry there. There's Barry on his way to court. Chelsea Warren posts, "Can you spot Barry? Barry and Archie had a conversation together this morning and they feel very positive. Barry is also being extremely cheeky, swinging off handles of doors. He even played hide and seek with Hollie Dance." And there you go, you can spot him there hanging off the door. Cute. Haha, he's on room watch. He ain't letting anyone in that room today. God bless you all. Sending love to yous all. Planning the escape route to get Archie home. "Oh, Barry, you're such a cheeky monkey. We love you too. Cheeky Barry hanging on the door." I like that these are the same pictures. I was hoping these were the same people, Sarah Haslett and Simone, because it would have been funny if they were like, "Oh, that would have been funny to like say, something instead." And this one's real far away. I'm gonna try to zoom it. It's kind of hard with OBS, but I can't really tell what's supposed to be going on there. But there you have it. There's some Barry antics to get us going. This is Hollie's response to Archie's probable death in transport. Archie's parents recognize that there are inherent risks in relation to the transfer to the hospice and have said that they are prepared to take them in preference to remaining in the hospital, including the risk of him dying in transit. Hollie got banned from Facebook the day before the withdrawal finally took place. The vitriol from her and her army the night before was just what was expected. Here we go. Hollie's Facebook has been restricted to stop her speaking and showing evidence that Archie's organs are not failing. She will be back soon. Thanks to everyone for your continuous support. People are welcome to sit outside the hospital with candles tonight and have a peaceful vigil. However, Hollie has asked if you can head there for tomorrow morning. That would be preferred. The importance of this vigil is to remain peaceful at all times out of respect for other families and patients within the hospital. I'm so dumb, Jesus, I'm high. If you do breach this request, security police have been asked to remove you immediately. No questions. Sadly, Hollie has lost the fight to get Archie moved to a hospice. Archie's life support will be removed at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. The family asks that anyone able to make their way to the Royal London Hospital for a peaceful vigil outside to show their respects for Archie to please do so. Thank you all. I think the vasopressin will raise creatine all to fit the organ failure narrative. My thoughts too. I've been asking for proof of his organs failing for 2 weeks daily. No one can give me proof. That's terrible. You so need that. I don't know what to say. Can your solicitor demand it or anything? Like, there must be a law. They have to. Please note I raised urgent safety, professional misconduct concerns with the General Medical Council via email yesterday and the day before. These people are sick. Please get the police involved and report this. This is classed as a form of murder. I will never ever in my life go to this hospital. They are deluded. Poor boy. Why are they doing this to him? Nasty people. Please report this all the way. Please report it to the police. Put it in the news. Tell your lawyers. Archie doesn't deserve being neglected like this. They are trying to make him unstable. Yep, it's super dignified to pass away in the same room as the people who tore you from your family and then tried to kill you before it was even time to remove your life support. Super dignified. Did you know that they are drowning him from the inside out and forcing him into kidney failure right now? They changed his medicine and fluids while his mom was asleep, and now his kidneys are failing due to too much fluid. But hey, that's dignified, right? She made interviews throughout the night, and a vigil was planned. Looks like we need a peaceful protest stroke vigil at the Royal London Hospital so as many of Archie's army as possible can get to Whitechapel Royal London Hospital. Let's go. So the vigil is starting to be planned. Catherine Jones put up a poll, and a bunch of people said they can't be there, and very few said they will. And here is the final invite. Hollie invites as many as possible to hold a peaceful candlelit vigil at the Royal London Hospital from tonight until tomorrow lunchtime. Bring candles and anything you need to keep you warm and comfortable. The turnout was not what was to be expected by the RSVPs and seemed to be mainly the more obsessive AA people. So like Alcoholics Anonymous people, I guess. Weird. It makes sense. I've been to AA before. It's fucking bunch of narcissists. So it's people who want to be like, oh, look how much I care. So I guess that makes sense. And here are some videos from the vigil. Interesting.
Where? She needs to come down. But she needs to come down. It's going out there. Is that right?
Yeah. It's midnight though.
How beautiful. Oh gosh.
I know. Whoever dropped these off, you beautiful, beautiful people. Thank you so much. This is gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
Is this you?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
I can't. Like,
It's been a lot. We found the people that brought it.
Oh, so strong. We were putting these down and the man was saying you can't put them.
So there you go. Some heartfelt vigil stuff. Spread the purple wave, Archie's army. And those first two pictures I'm not going to read. Those are just the GoFundMe that is set up for him. The one, yeah, it's just his GoFundMe. Spread the Purple Wave began on April 10th, and the first GoFundMe appeared at the same time. The group was originally called Spread the Purple Wave, and it involves spamming purple hearts on Facebook and using purple as their primary color for their fundraising. Though the group is private, they seem to accept anyone who joins. They also readily boot anyone that doesn't completely state Archie is alive and not brain dead for being negative. They also request their own users bring them people to support their case, yet Hollie went to and harassed a suicide prevention page of someone who had their sister commit suicide 2 years prior. And a post from Kelly Marie Elliott, an admin. To all of our supporters, we are desperately seeking an independent pediatric critical care specialist to urgently assist in our case. Please get in touch if you think you can help. You have any beneficial contacts, you are able to help with inquiries. Any help will be greatly appreciated. Willing to research for us. All information sent to us will be looked through and forwarded to Archie's parents. Please contact admin with anything you can, and we would be so grateful. King regards. How formal and well wrote. Mental health is such a hard thing to go through, and I'm sorry to hear about your sister. More needs to be done to prevent people taking their lives. There is always a light at the end of the long dark tunnel, and we need more people willing to listen and help. Hi, I didn't know that was your sister. Give my regards to Matt. So then Hollie posts, wow, what a nasty piece of work you are. You're on a sick vile page who are wanting my 12-year-old life support switched off, spreading his person TikTok account and hoping he die instead of getting time. You are the sort of person that if Arch pulls through would affect his mental health by your bullying. That could lead him to suicide, yet you are on the site of genuine people who suffer with mental health. You're sick, and to think your own sister suffered, now you wish that on others is just vile. What is she talking about? How is that any bit similar? She's definitely projecting because she knows Archie also took his own life. They have flat out told their users to not look at any of the court info or post about it. That Hollie is the only authority in what happens. As of July 21st, they are actively deleting anyone who brings up what happens in court now, since it proves Hollie has been lying to the Facebook group. That's a very cult-like thing to do. You know, like, I'm right. That is fabricated evidence against me, the supreme ruler. Another post from Kelly Marie Elliott. Important. Can't express enough. Please send any info to myself and not to Archie's parents. They have more than enough on their plate right now. Not only that they don't need to read or hear most of what's being said. They don't have time for that with this fight. I spent time with Archie. I've been to the courts. Not everything you're hearing on Facebook or media is and black and white and you think. That boy is still with is let me regather myself. That boy is with us still, and his parents are fighting with everything they have to keep Archie. Please be mindful. I totally understand how angry everyone is with said page. I for sure is too. It's devastating, but we are fighting a big fight. Let Hollie Dance be. She's doing her very best to keep Archie going. I've seen firsthand where Hollie is sleeping on a childlike chair bed. She's not actually sleeping, though, lucky if she has 3 hours. I've been to grab food with her, within the hospital grounds. And let me tell you, for free, she's gone no more than 10 minutes, grabs the easiest, quickest thing she can eat. Even then, you're lucky if she even eats 3 mouthfuls. Living out of a bag, sitting by Archie's side 24/7 in the same room for not days but weeks, now months. But her phone going off 100 times a minute. We all appreciate you all wanting to help. My inbox is so open, so any screenshots, info, transcripts that have been shared, send to me. Hollie is keeping everyone updated daily on Archie. That kid is a true fighter. We have all grown to love this little boy, and we have all been inspired by Archie's parents' will to fight so hard. They are incredibly brave and should be extremely proud of themselves. Thank you all for understanding. With Archie we stand. Archie's army. Spread the purple wave. Joanne McKenzie posts on Facebook. The court case was live on YouTube. It's still there now to watch back. Tomorrow's case will be live too. The judge today read out a letter from Archie's parents saying they now accept the medical advice that Archie isn't going to recover. It is informed act going to die. What they are asking for is for this to happen naturally, which will probably be in the coming weeks, rather than turn his machine off. So I'm not a troll, I'm just saying what was said in court today. Not sure why no one seems to want to share it with Archie's army, and comments saying what happened in court are being deleted. Multiple followers have obtained tattoos or dermal piercings for Archie as well as his brother with a full back tattoo, which is pretty nuts. So a bunch of people got these tattoos. That's a fucking back tattoo for Archie from his brother. There are a bunch of followers who have gotten permanent marks to remind themselves of Archie's fight, including tattoos and dermal piercings. One even tattooed themselves. And Hollie states that she loves to see her son's name on so many people. That's because Hollie's a narcissist. I guess it's good Archie's being honored by these random people, but it's Hollie's narcissism that drove them to do it. That one's cute too. They send messages and for Hollie to read to Archie. Bible's Huggy Wuggy bootleg, which caused a tangent about he was a devil toy or something. Gold pants, and scarily posts this image about how a man responds to his own on being in this situation. They also have a thread of affirmations for Archie that some of the users read off for themselves. So there's this little note someone wrote. You can pause and read if you would like. Someone's on this fancy Bible. This fucking scary toy. These cool boxing shorts. And this frightening story. It says, I'm not referring to what the dad did at all, just showing doctors aren't always right, and maybe this dad could be got hold of for advice on how his son improved over time. As the mom of a disabled child, I know doctors are not always right. If I'd have listened to them, my princess would not be here now. Stay strong. It says, in 2015, a father saved his son's life when doctors wrongly declared him brain dead and were taking off of life support. He barricaded himself with a gun in the hospital and had a standoff with SWAT until his son squeezed his hand. The son made a full recovery. Pretty nuts. This one says, hey everyone, I'm doing daily affirmations. You can do these as well. They serve as a guide, or you can do your own. The way these work is that you state what you want to happen as if it already happened. Then at the end, you are grateful and thank the universe/God for it happening. I have notebooks and notebooks of this from my life. They always work. God sees all this. The universe has got him. I have faith and hope. I believe he will wake up any moment. So for an affirmation, you would write, Archie woke up, etc. And at the end you say you are happy this happened and give thanks to the universe/God. Whatever your beliefs in religion is okay. God bless you all for helping. Very helpful. Thoughts and prayers. And this little stuffed animal, I guess. They made fan art as well as altars and creepy family posts. Oh, God. I promise I'm okay. So here is some of the art made by the community for Archie's benefit. That one's something. That one looks pretty cool, but it's still of this creepy bitch. Oh, God. This one's weird. This is they keep using this photo. It's interesting. Hi, Archie. Time to wake up. Sick. Oh, well, looks pretty cool. Archie, you and your family have been in our thoughts daily, and we have told our daughter all about you and the dangers or challenges. She asks how you are every day, and I send you all Reiki healing, and ask the angels to help you daily. We pray for you to open those eyes now. You have had a lovely rest, but now it's time, Archie, to show us that beautiful smile of yours. The angels are with you all, and so are we, sending you all so much love. Lovely post. Not sure if it's required a photo of you all grinning like Cheshire cats for the attention of a mother who might be about to lose her son, though. Yeah, fair point. And the little girls that showed up at the vigil were extra creepy in the way they were photographed by their parents in a message to Archie. To Archie, I am sorry. This is happening to you. Love from the something family from Southend. They all signed their names. Oh, God. Oh, whoa. Yeah, that is very odd. They weren't wrong. They also attempted at times to discuss ways to barricade the hospital room or have a protest. A vigil was done, but though 63 people signed up, there did not appear to be much of an actual showing. Maybe when Hollie has time to think, there may be something we can all do to help. We can't just let this happen. The doctors could be more helpful. They know Archie has been breathing, so they should be making representations to the court for more time. I wonder how many people on here would be prepared to take action if Hollie asked. I pray Paul is okay and Archie shows more signs, and Hollie and family stay strong. Oh, this is small. I'm sorry, you're probably not going to be able to see this. I'll try my best to not fuck up too much. We need to get to protest at the hospital or court. That wouldn't help. I don't think his family would want that either. It would make an already stressful situation more difficult. If anything, I actually think people need to support from a distance and start to allow his family some space, at least for these next few days. Do not protest at the hospital. That's desperately unfair on everyone else. I really would if this helps to stop them killing Archie. The system needs to change people. This is absolutely horrible. Cried today following every update as I have the same age boy and really affect me as a mother. Just cannot imagine to end like this. Protesting is not a good idea. What about all the other sick people laying in a hospital? They deserve peace too. Let the family have some peace for a few days so Paul at least can get answers as to why he's now in hospital too. Sometimes armies can take things too far. This isn't your child, nor is your child in that hospital. But other people's are, and as much as I sympathize with this family, other families could be going through similar, and they don't need a crowd of people protesting outside. Think of the bigger picture and stop letting emotion take control of your thinking. Good advice. Overall, for life. They also had their users spam the UN, a politician, and Google review bomb the hospital. So here's a Facebook post saying, I have just posted on London Hospital, Google reviews, harder for hospital to remove comments than Facebook. Time to bombard them with our thoughts so they know how many are fighting for Hollie and Archie. I am disgusted in this hospital for the planned execution of Archie Battersbee from life support. I hope nobody ever has to go through having a child in a coma. This hospital will take you to court and take your rights from you. Within 4 days, they asked for the family to consent to take his organs and remove life support without even giving him a chance. They can't even confirm he's 100% brainstem dead, only likely. Likely is not good enough. People need to stand up before it's your family in the position the world is watching. Yep, a bunch of Google reviews just bombed in. Hospital's a disgrace. How many kids or adults have they killed? More of the same. Guys, everyone please send a message to the UN link. If you click on the link, scroll to the bottom of the page, it will have a contact us. Click on the contact and you can give your input. It needs as many to make them realize how many are backing Archie and his family, and hopefully, fingers crossed, they will intervene before 2 p.m. on Monday. Come on, guys, I've sent them a lengthy email. And everyone else should too. Guys, one of the ladies on here responding saying that she sent a message on the page they will not reply. Just so everyone knows, we are not expecting a reply. We only want them to intervene and have some action for Monday. So, as there's 16,000 or more followers, I'm sure they will have plenty to wake up to in the morning. Let's push this to stop them conducting the end of life at 2 p.m. on Monday. Cool. United, So they're posting on there. We should all do this. Report violations. They're really fighting for this. They don't win. Dignity for all. The other Facebook involved in the Archie debate, as well as Guard and Evans, is Dignity for All. At a glance, the site seemed to be just a site gathering accurate information without Hollie's twist on things. On further glance, though, it appears that they, in some sense, wish to instigate drama themselves. I'm just doing all the fucking gross shit. I'm sorry. I'm just a gross motherfucker. As they became a refugee for Archie's army, comments began in a random post. I'm sorry. Not a refugee. Let me get a drink. A professional would re-record this. As they became a refuge for Archie's army, comments began in a random post with a misspelled version of the admin's name, who was not an admin themselves, that there was a new private group opening up. The only way to get into this group was to message this person. Since it seemed that they were being tricked, it was posted about here, and this led to them making snarky comments in a private group in what appears to be an attempt to get a response. The posts were leaked from the private group as well as the info that their new Facebook group is set that your account has to have been active for at least 6 months to join. So, I don't really understand what's going on, but I'm real stoned, so I could just be dumb. So let's see what these pictures say, though. So here's the group, the official Dignity for All group, which believes everyone deserves dignity. Here are the rules. No third chances, respect privacy, be kind and courteous, no hate speech or bullying, stick with Dignity for All facts. What's that mean? We just want to stick with the facts from Dignity for All, so any comments or posts regarding other social forums online will be removed. Okay, fair enough. Kiwi Farms also thinks you're fake. Dignity for All, Amy Farron. He or she is a hypocrite, as he or she is the silly one believing it's fake. The Kiwi Farms post. Well, if you're on Kiwi, tell that person they all are all the gullible ones. Oh yeah, that'll go well. Has this page gone or something? Posts have dried up. No posts about the judgment tomorrow. Everyone has disappeared. Not sure if it's all in a new group now. Have asked on another post but a bit confused. No point in following here now if so. New group, I read about a private chat. That must have been why this page is quiet. I liked following this page as it gives me more facts. Hollie tends to twist things. Shame that's the case. Okay, so people know Hollie twists things. Cool. They're back to posting now on the main account since it appears the issue was they were banned again due to reporting by members of Archie's army. The drama and the banning of members caused a portion of DFA to make a new group. True for all, truth, respect, unity, empathy. More Facebook shit to read. Let's go. They were in this group but sadly had an argument with admin yesterday. She had an argument with Dignity admin? Why? I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to say as I don't want to get kicked out, but she and someone else were trying to warn members about privacy of things being leaked from here, and also she was upset that some private screenshots she sent them via PM were shared too. Doesn't sound like she did much wrong to get kicked then. It was really sad, to be honest. I can't say if she was kicked out or chose to leave, but all the comments got removed. I did tell the admin they sounded like they were being harsh, as when she said something about people need to know comments in here aren't private or safe, the admin said, maybe this group isn't for you, right at the start of the argument. They apologized and said they didn't mean to be, but it escalated. There was another active member proving stuff was on Kiwi, but I'm not sure if she's still here. I didn't see the argument, but Dignity can't stop people from sending screenshots and sharing them, just as people take screenshots from AA and share here. The admins did say if they found out who has been sharing screenshots, they will get banned, and they have said use the anonymous option, then your identity will be protected. Sounds like she was afraid of them, to be fair, but she sounded upset when someone mentioned things were being shared on Kiwi. They insisted nothing from this group was on there despite someone trying to prove it was. That got removed as well. She'd sent screenshots to the admins they'd apparently promised to keep confidential, and they then shared them. I did feel for her. She's been on the receiving end of doxing and threats, etc., so she was just trying to warn people.
So as you see, it's just gone 10 past midnight here. I'm so sorry that I've kept all of Archie's army waiting for the court appeal news today, but once we heard of what was going up on the troll page on that Archie's allegedly asked, that we've obviously lost the appeal, we'll be shouting through the rooftops, I couldn't help but let them squirm a little bit longer. But I want this obviously to go out to Archie's army first thing in the morning so you can all enjoy your day. We got the appeal.
Archie's Army versus Dignity for All. Hollie and her army hate a website called Dignity for All, which discusses different cases and situations that involve issues with dignity to those who are dead or dying. Hollie refers to them as hospital trolls, and at first truly seemed to believe the website consisted of actual physical people at the hospital. Hollie also put out large profanity-filled rants about DFA. Her admin have actually made comments stating people who are against Hollie should die. That seems a little far-fetched. So, here are some of those aforementioned posts. Morning Archie's Army and Hospital Trolls. Archie had a good night last night, really good in fact. One of our favorite nurses on. I've also had first proper night's sleep since this happened, so I'm ready for you in court today. Archie's heart rate went up to 20 beats per minute when he heard my voice wake up this morning and returned back to normal when I left. He's defo on there. Day 2 of court. I will try to update you as soon as we're back, but it won't be until 6:30, I imagine, again. Keep praying, everybody. Love to all of you. Dignity for All group. I'm going to say this only once, then you really can fuck off under the rocks you crawled out of. My son's life or death has fuck all to do with you. The subject of organ donating I'm not against, however, to make a choice to not save a life of a child when they could have to save 5 others, no, I fucking don't agree. As for making myself known on TV, you're actually perfectic. By raising online challenge awareness, if one life has been saved, it was fucking worth it. You sit on a site all day stalking and harassing Archie's fundraisers. You slander my children who one is a minor and shares personal information. You make up fake accounts to impose to be him. When your own child is in the situation, then you will see how important scumbags' opinion like yourselves really actually are. Like, I'm going to listen to the likes of you. This is funny, it's ironic. Like, I'm going to listen to the likes of you oxygen thieves' opinions when making choices about my son's life or death. Oh, okay, so she's not going to implement it into her decision making, but she does hear it and it makes her mad because she's commenting on it. I hope you all get the karma you deserve in life. Shame on you all. You pick on children on life support and families who are in vulnerable situations. Please don't think you can bully me because I'm far from weak when it comes to standing by my children. I pity you. I laugh at you. I think not one of you actually know what the word dignity actually stands for, and you have proved that with your constant slating of a 12-year-old child and his family. I will post as many pictures of my child as I like. I will share whatever story I want. Well, come on, that's a bad thing to say. Say you'll share the truth. You will keep putting the truth out there, not changing your story. As for my past, so what you're saying is Archie deserves to be on life support because I had a past? I could be a mass murderer and my child still wouldn't deserve to be where he is. That's honestly true, I guess. That's a good point to make. I mean, anyone making fun of Archie's wrong. You should be making fun of this disgusting fuck. You are nothing short of evil. You're disgusting, bullying about what I wear in the hospital to what news I've been on, to what I apparently said or the latest apparently I've been on a date. Seriously, listen to yourself. My son is on fucking life support, waiting for death sentence. You sad individuals. You actually, in your tiny minds, think I would go on a date. You are a deluded... Ooh, maybe she did. She got really defensive about the date. You are a deluded bunch of morons. I hope and pray not one of you ever are in a position with a loved one or your child. I will pray for that for you. Oh, high and fucking mighty Hollie is. Whoop whoop. Archie is still here. Yet another success. 158,330 minutes he continues to breathe with growing encouragement and support. 24/72 hours he is still fighting. Blessed with a mother that any superhero couldn't take on. A few amazing nurses who give their all day 24/7. 103 days supporting others in the same tragic position. Numerous life stories of people who have survived and are now fighting for Archie's life. No matter what, his gang by his side and he's in there making a massive impact on everyone's life. A true survivor. A hero. Dear Troll, I hope this news takes your breath away and cuts your oxygen supply to allow God to give it to someone who truly needs it. Your amazing words have no effect on any of us. Take this post and realize that an amazing 12-year-old boy is having a much stronger impact on people's lives as he fights to pull through than any word you type, post, or mutter. Thank you for giving us all the strength to continue. God bless you. Thank you so much, support Archie's Army. Why are these so long? They all ramble, too. As you may have seen in the media, the appeal request to the ECHR has been denied. Hollie and local MP Anna Firth are asking tomorrow for permission to have Archie moved to a hospice. Hollie has said all along this journey that she will fight to every last breath, and that is what she is doing. She has had every aspect of her life in her parent... Oh, Jesus Christ, I had an alarm set that scared the actual shit out of me. She has had every aspect of her life in her parenting style picked apart brutally by so many they sit behind a keyboard and hide, waiting for their next juicy snippet of information that they hope will tip her over the edge. Well, you haven't won. Yes, Hollie is a broken woman, a mother that has had to undertake the biggest fight of her life to try to preserve the right to live for her little boy Archie. Wow. They have criticized her for oversharing information about Archie's treatment, and when she has taken time to gather her thoughts and her strength, she has been criticized for not sharing enough and withholding information. They have slated her for sharing pictures and videos from within the hospital, yet they post the very same videos and pictures inciting hatred and bullying, claiming that they are doing it for the benefit of Archie's dignity. Hollie's, despite all of this, has managed somehow to keep going and will keep fighting, and her fight hasn't been in vain. Archie's name will live on, and Archie's Army law is very much going to become a law that a parent turns to find. Oh my God. When they just keep going, I understand, but they just type so many words to get across moot points. To become a law that a parent turns to should they find themselves in this awful situation. We ask that you give the family time. We will update you with any information that we feel needs to be relayed. The group will be paused again this evening. No post will be accepted, but please do share your purple hearts in the comments on this update until we pause. Thank you to all of Archie and Hollie's true supporters, Archie's Army. Alright, we got two more there. Roll along 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Make cunts like this going to get their karma, I fucking promise. Sick girl sent this to Lauren about her brother Arch tonight. I promise I will find you just like I promised I would fight until the end for Arch. Oh, Hollie's gonna fight Christy Warrant. This person, be ashamed. The truth will out you. It should be will out, and you should be totally ashamed. This is evil, pure hatred. Yet you laugh. Karma will sneak its way. Will your family be proud of you for that? What a piece of nothing. The world is sick. I am so sorry that you and your family are going through this. Have you noticed that since Tracy was invited to get off Archie's army, the witches can't copy any more information from here? And light up for Archie Battersbee. Also, this event has nothing... Well, that's kind of what I've been doing. Fuck you, Hollie. This is a good idea. Also, this event has nothing to do with Archie. This is the group that have wished Archie dead. Dragged the family through the mud and bullied my children. They're asking you to light a candle to celebrate his death. That's not what they're asking. They're asking you to light a blunt. Wow, absolutely lowest form of life. They definitely wouldn't be getting a candle for me. I take my hat off to you, Hollie Dance. You are such a strong and amazing mummy to Archie, Tom, and Lauren. You have done everything you can and still are. You have taught me a lot of things I would have never known. This is what I was telling you about. The event is fake. These people are so sick. Hollie and her family aren't beyond telling other people to kill themselves on the DFA site. Her eldest son has actually flat out told people to kill themselves, which seems to go against his proclivity for happy snowmen. Which should be a reminder to all. What you post online never leaves, especially if it involves sodomy and a snowman. I'm so sad I can't actually zoom in on this pic because there's just a bare ass and a snow dick, and YouTube's definitely going to catch that shit, but go on the Kiwi farms and check it out yourself. Sometimes you have to just let her hang herself and not stop to her level. Not stoop. She's typed stopped and meant stoop twice now. Oh my god, it's so frustrating. I apologize for all the coughing. My throat's been stupid dry, even no matter how much water I drink. How nice of a grieving mother, Hollie Dance, to send this nasty message to a pregnant mother, Archie Battersbee. Enjoy your birth of your child while you celebrate the death of mine, you sick women. I hope once you have the experience of being a mom and fall in love with your child that you never have to experience the pain of making a decision to end their life. Karma does strike, trust me, but I actually hope you don't have it come back to you. Evil girl. What? Why send the message if you're saying, I hope nothing bad happens to you, but fuck you anyways. Summers Tom, every single one of you are scumbags and I hope you all die a miserable life. Tina Howe, please just get in a bath and chuck a toaster in it. Wow. Tina Howe, please just get in a bath and chuck a toaster in it. Go spend some time with your brother. For a family who talk about karma a lot, you should know that what you say to people and wish on them comes back on you tenfold. Not a risk I'd be taking in your current position. Ella Carter has actually spent time publicly finding people on DFA to harass and outing their private lives onto the Archie's Army's Facebook. She then supported people going after these people by contacting their employers. That's some fuck shit. That's like some trolling wings type shit. This post from Ella Carter says, just want to say a big thank you to the highly trained intellectual bunch of neurologists, close family members, and lawyers who have been given their invaluable opinion and information on that group that we all know and love. As you can see, these people are very clearly smart. Seriously, what do us Barmy Army know? I'm really glad these people that clearly know Archie so very well are able to continue to educate people for us. Well, on the bright side, at least they are sharing the GoFundMe and all the fundraiser events. Thank you again. Don't you also think it's a bit weird that people who think our posts are gross, repugnant, disturbing are logging into their secret accounts to spy? Hey, spies. Any that have their place of work, I'd contact them to highlight what lovely employees they have abusing and running a hate campaign on a family of a 12-year-old boy. I'm sure Barnardo's would love that. If they can highlight stuff that's in public domain, then you can also. I stopped reading it as it was winding me up to absolute vile people. Alicia Watkins says, I hadn't thought of that, what a good idea. Oh, I'm sorry. Ella Carta responds to Alicia Watkins. Definitely. Spelled it wrong. I had a friend who worked with the NHS and shared a photo regarding football and Germans in reference to the war. She got pulled into a disciplinary and was basically advised to resign or be sacked. They take these things so seriously nowadays, and this was a good 10 years ago. Any that have their place of work, I'd contact them to highlight what level... Oh, we already read that. So they should be, if they do remove details, then it proves that they know what they're doing is wrong. Hopefully you have all the screenshots you need. Oh, whoops, my bad. Too late. They are evil, sick, twisted individuals. I'm really shocked people can be so heartless about a little boy. I know. That was real British. They know they are being vile and what they are doing is wrong, or they wouldn't feel the need to lock their pages down through the fear of their bosses finding out how vile they are. Definitely. I had a post before on Facebook and I didn't see the problem with it, but I was told to remove it. I'm sorry, but I don't agree with not sharing their pictures and names, not condoning any wrongdoings by them. Just don't agree with them sharing. Oh, I don't agree with sharing their pictures. I bet their fake accounts are in this post. Sad. They have attempted to get DFA shut down and have harassed people there to get to the point some actually got Facebook banned. One even tried to get the police to get the page shut down. They also do not understand that if you publicly post something saying do not share, does not make it suddenly a crime to share it. Fucking morons. So here's the first post about them trying to take down Dignity for All. This may not do anything but worth a try. I've made a report to Met Police about that page as what they are doing is not dignified. It's online abuse. They may be able to work with Facebook to get the page taken down. If enough people submit a report, they may act on it. As they'll do this for other families time and time again. If anyone else wants to report it, you can use the reference number below. There it is. What needs to be reported? Please, happy to report it also. The Dignity for All page. It's not about dignity. It's a witch hunt against Hollie and Archie. They are dredging up information from 18 years ago, accusing them of all sorts. It's online abuse. And it will continue if we don't do anything. I'll try to find and report it now. How disgraceful. Like that poor family aren't dealing with enough. The response from Dignity for All is that all the information is public, but don't see how something that Hollie may or may not have done 18 years ago has any effect on what is going on now with Archie. Make sure. Yeah, I thought so. Had to use the account FB jailed on another. I just want to say snakes on here. Why? Just why? Do you have no morals? Hollie's past is her past and has nothing to do with Archie's case or care. And I bet if I did some digging, none of you was perfect either. We all have demons, people, so why be a little grass? Just why? So now you've tried humiliating someone you said you were supporting. Now you've tarnished her name. Kindly fuck off, because you are the lowest of the low. I've been jailed because I let rip into someone last night, but it was so worth the 24-hour ban to stick up for Hollie. You no good snakes can do your best, but you won't bring us down. We fight back, remember? I support this family regardless. It really is that simple, so throw what you like at them, as those that care about them don't care about the gossip. Fact. The video of Archie and Hollie has been posted on the DFA page. It's up to Hollie, but you should change the group privacy as nothing can be shared to the group then. It would have to be saved and posted by someone else from the group. The group is scheduled to change to private tonight. I think you have made the best decision there. It's unfortunate that you have to, but you cover yourselves when information has been shared from a private forum. You have grounds to get pictures removed. Wasn't it put up in writing no one has permission to use the video or photo? That doesn't matter. If you type, you can't use this, that doesn't mean they can't use it legally. If not, can you change this, and then I will be having a letter from our legal team sent to the owner of the breach of copyright laws. I'm not sure. I'll have a look. It was, but as the group is public, they can share the pictures. It's disgusting that they are doing it. They have no rights to share the pictures of your child. Wouldn't it be against the law, though, to share images of a minor, M-I-N-E-R, onto a Facebook page? Hollie, you should look into this to see if they are actually allowed to do that. It has been put up saying that, babe. Don't know if this is any help. Surely he is a minor, and you have stated that these images are not to be shared without permission. You have grounds to seek them to have them removed. These people are relentless. They want dignity, but nothing dignified about what they are doing to you and Archie. Oh, that's it. It appears that the DFA site is becoming a refuge for Archie's army people in the last few days. Numerous people left after Hollie, posted this video, realized just what type of person she was, and that this has been a show for her, not about Archie's interest at all. Big fucking shocker. That's exactly what I've been saying since I started reading this. A very busy day. When you come online to over 100 messages and not one of them is negative, you know that the page is serving its purpose, especially when a lot are ex-Archie's army members. Please bear with me to get through all of them. Only another 10 to go. Keep them coming, and thank you for the support, of course. The help is hugely appreciated. Hashtag dignity for all. Hollie's e-begging is fucking abysmal. Her current title is 46,002 pounds, which is 55,720 USD. It should be noted that the court itself has stated that all legal representation is pro bono and has been pro bono this entire time. So these fundraisers asking for legal aid are fraudulent, really, since she is not paying for any of these barristers. The e-begging for legal aid also began before they were even notified that a case was being brought against them. GoFundMe went up 410, letter from hospital about legal proceedings, posted earlier in 427. Julie Robinson posts to Facebook, it shouldn't even go in the public eye, to be honest. They created the public GoFundMe on April 10th, 3 days after the incident. That was before the hospital went to the court. Oh my god, tells me that they all are interested in adding to their bank accounts. Hopefully they will proof my thoughts by donating money raised to a good cause. I know the fundraising is for Archie, and whatever the outcome, whether it to be soon or years from now, we can raise funds for Hollie's recovery and her family. I think this is important too. I know some people will have their own thoughts, but this woman, regardless of her immense strength, has been through a lot. It should be used for any mental health aids treatment, for anything they think will benefit them through this, and that can be absolutely anything they feel will help, as it's up to them. Yeah, I'm sure like a new fucking yacht, a new, I couldn't afford a yacht with 46 grand, but, a new car, some nice new clothes, some jewelry. I think that would all help her mental health after this horrible incident. 100%. I think it's a great idea. They're going to need support for a while yet in so many different areas. The last thing they need after everything is to be dealing with debts, etc., that have built up while they have been unable to work. Be lovely to help them. Exactly. They need that to help them for whatever they need. A breakaway with their family. Treatment, whatever they need. That is not the... Yeah, because she's in Europe, so all this health treatment's fucking paid for by the tax dollars. So she's wasting a lot of people's money. Fucking scumbag. We won't be opening all these pictures because I can explain them well enough. Hollie has admitted plans to use the fundraising money even if Archie dies, which is very interesting. Probably to help pay for the funeral, right? And I'm sure some special, maybe some Botox, maybe some lip fillers for her as well. That post there, that first picture basically says what we talked about, that all of this has already been paid for, the lawyers, the hospital, everything. And she's literally just getting money for, like, damages for her emotional health, which, other people go through losing this kind of shit. I don't know. Seems scummy. But GoFundMe number 1 raised a whopping $42,859 US. This one closed on 8/6 to start a third one. Ella Carter took over this GoFundMe from another user. This requested legal and medical funding when nothing legal would have ever happened yet, and Archie's treatment is free because they are in the UK. His funeral costs will also be covered in part by a government fund set up for just this issue. The total for this GoFundMe drops periodically as people demand refunds. And Just Giving number 1 raised $13,021 USD. They closed this one on 7:30 to cash out before it hit its goal. It lets someone posted, some kind-hearted, naive individual said they raised £10,695 to help Hollie get support for a child. People were scammed, man. This is a big, big scam using a tragic situation to back her fucking back, I guess, on it. You know what I mean? She leveraged this into money, which is sick. This is her fucking kid. Poor fucking Archie. There was a charity event that went on where they gave the money to Hollie herself, $1,000, or I'm sorry, £1,000 and $1,200 US. So last night, me and Summers Tom held an event for Arch, and I thought I'd make a little post just to thank the people who did turn up and put in donations. I know if Arch was well enough, he would have loved to be there even though it was 18 plus. But we'd give him a fruit shoot, and he would have had one of the best times ever. Archie might not be our real blood, but we all love him like a little brother, and even if you got to spend 1 hour with him, you'd be so lucky to see his personality. If it's not him rapping or cussing one of the boys out, then him telling a story which he defo just made up on the spot, but convincing us all it's all true. But anyway, more to the point, it hasn't been all counted and checked, but we raised over £1,000 last night, which will go straight to Hollie, Archie, on whatever they may need, either now or in the future. But the fight will still go on, and it's Archie's army forever. Ella has been doubling down on begging for donations as of 7/26, acting as if their funds have run dry. Yet they do not pay legal fees nor medical fees, and she's planning a trip to Thailand suddenly. Her boyfriend Hollie's son has been also joking about being able to suddenly put down a bunch of money on the trip. More Facebook posts. Marilyn Higgs says, Ella, is this the safe page to donate for Archie? I can spare a little to give. The pot must be getting low. Any chance we could fundraise again? Yes, it's safe. Any donation is appreciated, even €1. Thank you so much. I don't know if that means €1 or £1, but $1 British. Thank you, darling. I'll send over in the morning. I'm no good at organizing fundraising, but I always partake. I'm having a mass clear out at home, and rather than give to the charity shop, I'm going to sell it and give the money to Archie. I hope Paul is better, and I hope Archie is still exercising those lungs. Much love to you all, as always. Paul's on his way to recovery. Archie is listening to his breathing exercises and will hopefully be making more improvements. Please don't post these kind of things again, my lovely. It's not necessary. All the funds raised for Archie are exactly that. Lawyers, massages, oils, everything possible for his comfort and well-being. Hollie needs too. Whilst she's there, she needs food, drink, treats to keep her going too. Life right now is so hard, and if the money helps to take a small amount of stress off, then that's great. Big hugs. Oh look, there's 12,000 I just spent on a holiday. Whoa, that's a lot. Good for you. It's a lot of money for a holiday. September can't come quick enough. This is Ella Carter's post. There's a monkey beach in Thailand. This is amazing. So there's confirmation that she's going on a vacation, I guess. Miscellaneous funding. There have been numerous miscellaneous funding done as well. Some have included pretending that Archie's Army is a charity, which is against the law in the UK. They also ran raffles with no clear amount given for what was donated. So here are some of those charities that were illegally made. Posted with permission, hashtag Archie's Army t-shirts. Only 50 available, so be quick. Sizes, children's to adult 5XL. Share to your friends and family. Once we have 50 pre-orders, I'll put the order through. So who wants one? 1650 Europe dollars, Inc. P&P. What? For every t-shirt sold, 5 Europe dollars will be donated towards legal fees. And there's a little graphic on the shirts you could get. Archie's Big Raffle. Hi everyone, just to let you all know the raffle will be taking place live on Facebook on Saturday 4th June at 6 p.m. Please support all you can, as this is a list of some prizes. Some are tremendous, and very generous of local businesses to donate to such a worthy cause in the fight for Archie. $1 a strip, or if you buy $20 you get 20 free. Please get in touch with either myself or Tracy Prisoner Hudson for raffle tickets. What a name. Thank you for your support. Hollie Dance, there are over 40 prizes. Please see list. Please screenshot when paid. I will close the raffle at 1 p.m. today, as need to get everything ready for tomorrow. It's like a fucking garbage raffle to me. Archie's Army raffle event. Oh, alright, here are the prizes. We Will Rock You hats. There's 3 of those. We Will Rock You t-shirts, which there's 4. Mega Centre Raleigh. I don't know what these are. These are garbage gifts, though. Park in overnight stay for 2 people. Ooh, Hollywood Bowl family pack. Free entry to Monkey Business. Yeah, that's all the good ones I see. Oh, a Tesco gift card for $50 is pretty cool. Facebook post from Julie Gibson. Hi everyone, here are the winners from last night's raffle. Thank you to everyone who participated. To the winners, can the winners please contact me to arrange collection? Thank you. Stacy Jane Ellis, Debbie Westwood. It's just all the raffle winners. So yeah, they just said thank you all so much, and they won raffle stuff, I guess. Daylick Academy posts, the final tally is in from yesterday's Daylick Kids Foundation fundraiser for Archie. The 20 children that took part raised just over €2,000, which has helped take Archie's total fundraising amount over the 30,000 mark. Between them, they ran a combined total of 34 miles on the day. 20 kids only ran 34 miles? That's awful. A big thank you to the following for making the day what it is. S&B Boutique and Stacy Barrow for the balloon display. Husan Tutanshian for photography. Aylesbury Athletic Junior Football Club for general event support. Jay's Ices for the ice cream van. A1 Bouncy Castle for the bouncy castles. Alas Food Van for keeping everyone fed. And finally, thank you to everyone that supported Archie on social media and in person over the last few months. Wow, the most work that she put in was to this fundraising, 100%. Some bidding stuff you could get, I guess. And like a vent for him to raise even more money so that they can go on more vacations, of course. That's what it's all about. And then a night of boxing raising money for Archie. So they had a boxing event as well. I guess it makes sense. He was like a fighter. And another charity. Wow, there's so many of these. Anyone scan that? Wonder what it brings you to. I'm not going to bother. There is debate if anything will come out of these, but these items were made and given / sold to people. One of the family friends was requesting people give her money privately for football tickets for Archie, knowing that at the time he was in hospital on ventilation and was not going to be able to attend. These same people also reached out to Archie's charities. Need to raise as much as we can, over €450 for these football tickets before Monday. No time to auction or raffle due to these tickets being for Monday. Please like, share, and donate for these tickets for our little man Archie. Thanks. Yeah, he's gonna have a blast there. What fucking assholes. On September 7, 2010, Simon Crozier of St. Louis, Missouri was born with trisomy 18, bilateral cleft palate, and congenital heart defects. He only lived 88 days because doctors had not only issued a do not resuscitate order, but they had also given him medication to suppress his respiratory system, which while systematically withholding nutrition. Sorry, this text is real small on my screen. Please join us in honoring Simon's memory and celebrating his upcoming birthday by underwriting the following life-sustaining treatments for other children facing medical discrimination and or denial. Simon: surgeries, IV hydration fluids, medications, oxygen and airway management, nutrition. Simon Laws. That's interesting to group with the football thing, I guess. This is an example of a situation we would provide financial assistance. Okay, so that was in response, like, absolutely not. We're not giving you money for football tickets. The person who ran the raffle came to the light and realized the shit going on with Hollie. She then started to refund for people who requested, and Hollie went insane. She was losing money from the GoFundMe, while at the same time her son's life support was going to be turned off in under an hour. She, of course, got another stay at the 11th hour. The amount that flipped her out equated to $145. Holy fuck, how's she gonna live? Let's see what she had to say about it. This will be good. Hollie posts, "This is the last thing I need to be dealing with today, but the last thing I want is for people to be deceived. Anyone who paid Tracy Prisoner Hudson any money for a raffle ticket in cash, please contact her immediately for your money back, as she has requested the money back from GoFundMe. Also, those who won a prize and haven't received it or donated a prize for the raffle, also contact Tracy. This is fraudulent activity, and we will not allow this to happen under Archie's name." So people are issuing refunds because they found out that Hollie's a selfish, crazy motherfucker. And Hollie thinks it must be some kind of plot, I guess. Water break. So there you go, you can see 5, 25, 35, 45, 55, 65, 75, 95, 105, and 5 plus 15 is 120. 120 pounds, which is, I guess, 145 US dollars. The police should be contacted and her details passed on as fraudulent. Ella has contacted police. So everyone on GoFundMe has had a refund? No, she collected money from people and then deposited it to GoFundMe and is now claiming refunds. Oh my god, that's what I was thinking too. The court cases seem to only escalate Hollie's accusations and such on Facebook. So we've got like a bunch to read here. So let's get to it. I'm going to try to do it well. As far as I'm concerned, single thing has been put in my path this last 13 weeks. I'm also going to read it exactly as she typed it, just so you guys can hear how stupid she sounds. Even today, the doctor had to feel the need to come and tell me a DNR is in place now. Yeah, I was at court, I know. I've had to find my beautiful boy, how I found him minutes after talking to him, break him free, watch him fall, give CPR, wait 7 hours to get taken to the Royal London to be told he won't make it, told instead of op we will wait and see. See what, how much his brain can swell? Then told his brain has died. We will not resuscitate. Your family can say goodbye, then organ donation. Dragged through 13 court cases and first only told 9.5 hours before court and 2 weeks after accident. To constant abuse, slander, and vile messages to my children as well as Arch. To watch ventilators, pipes becoming discounted and only noticed by me twice. Watching my kids hurting, standing up in court, but still not being able to say what I want freely. Learn everything about his condition, medicine, and research brain, spinal injuries. Watch my son starved and drop serious weight and cry as I help bath him to the joy of watching him gain weight again. Every day my Facebook memories that come up are about my children because they are my life to again waiting for his death sentence decision. I'm broken, I'm exhausted, and I'm blocking out things I should be processing, but one thing I won't be doing because some think I should is give up. I will not give up until Archie does, and yes, I pray he will be God's next miracle. Oh, there's more. In response to the headlines of all the press today, can I just say nothing changed in way of evidence today at court. I was still not allowed to put anything in, only fight Archie's best interests, that's it. It seems not only do you lose your right as a parent if your child ends up in a serious life-threatening situation, but a guardian who has never spoke to your child conscious makes the decision it's in his interest to die. Oh, and then to top that off, you aren't even allowed to decide where they die or when. It's the trust's choice. Beware, parents. Your rights have changed. Beware. I have to say this, sorry, just to make people understand where I'm coming from. So it was put to court by doctor that Archie would have a cardiac arrest if not taken off ventilator. Okay, first of all, the only way you would know this is if he's in a coma. What? The only way you would know this as he's in a coma is the monitor would flatline. Okay, you all with me? Now, if they remove the ventilator after 3 minutes no oxygen, he would also have cardiac arrest. However, I would have to watch him turn blue slowly. First, I'm making a point in court. It should be God way if Archie's time is to be let it be naturally. I still believe Archie, given time, is going to wake up, and so what if it's in a vegetative or disabled or needs rehabilitation state? We will love him and care for him regardless. I feel like I've read this one before. Love is unconditional, and you don't stop because your child becomes disabled. Now, dignity for all. Top fans Sharon and Sarah, please go read between the lines. Your page is pro-children on ventilators being sentenced to death. We clearly have a conflict of interest. And as Archie's my child, not yours, it's not you I'm asking to look after him. So kindly go think about how you would feel if someone wanted to end your child's life because he may wake disabled. Discrimination of the highest standard, that's what your page is about. Shame on you. I have an issue that she compares waking up in a vegetative state to waking up in a state that needs rehabilitation. Just throwing that out there. She responded to someone. Vicky King, have you educated yourself on all the families that were told the same about family members? Do you not realize vegetative state can be rehabilitated? But let's face it, how the hell would anyone know how Arch is going to wake because they think he was without oxygen for 40 minutes and he was only without for 3? They thought he was out for 40 minutes because that's what you fucking told them. I gave CPR. He was getting oxygen. The damage done to the stem, necrosis, was caused by malnutrition. Not malnutrition, malnutrition at the hands of these doctors. Response to April Keene. Oh no, he understood. Check out all his history of people he's sentenced to death, including one baby now in headlines who was legally pronounced dead in ventilator to be removed by the same judge's ruling. Then the baby starts breathing, so now it's going in front of him again for best interest. Check him out. That's why I'm not shocked. Yeah, the system's fucked, everybody. I can't get my head around it. How is this possible? If he's holding his own temperature and stats, heart rate goes up when he hears certain voices, how are they still allowed to turn the ventilators off? Because the doctors here have blatantly lied and said he doesn't. Have you checked out the history of this judge? We knew he would sentence Archie to death. The trust always knew this. Who the fuck's the trust? Jesus, she likes to fucking air her voice out there, doesn't she? Absolutely shocking, the stress on our family, this whole legal battle with the trust. Yes, we bloodily know it's costing money to keep Archie alive right now, but I don't see these people ripping families of people on death row apart over how much money goes into keeping their life going or the prisoners here. They are clearly pro-euthanasia. I'd happily raise money for NHS. The amount that's been wasted taking all 4 child cases to court to end their lives outweighs the cost of giving them time. Paul and I said we would go to the end and that we will, whatever the result. My heart goes out to Paul in hospital because of all this stress and bullying, and we pray he makes a full recovery. I forget what happened to Paul. I think he had an aneurysm because Hollie stressed him out. Weaver Kevin posts and Hollie reposts. So we can keep sex offenders in prison at the cost of £42,000 per year, but we can't give my friend's little boy more time on a ventilator. Says it all really. We really are a country run by pedophile Satanists. Hey, you're not in America, buddy. First of all, what would you rather the sex offenders just be out on the streets? Or do you suggest we euthanize them and keep Archie alive? I mean, I'm for that, actually. That seems pretty good. There's no, like, overlaying music in this video, but in the background, Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You is playing, so I have it muted, because I feel like that'll get me DMCA'd. But it's just this. She fucking throws glitter all over a store, like an asshole. Is surprised that it's all over her. Here are the court cases. As you can see here, Hollie Dance is supported by friends and family after making her statement following the judgment. Look at that juicy outfit. And Hollie posts to Facebook, I would like to address the headline today, many of which are saying Archie has no hope of recovery. Well, factually, no doctor has definitively said it is impossible for recovery, and I challenge anyone to find me one quote from any doctor stating otherwise. I am not giving up on Archie, even if the chance is less than 1%, he is worth fighting for. Worth all those dollars. Case 1, May 12th and 13th. Trust wishes court to allow brainstem test which family refuses. Judgment is that brainstem test is approved. So here's the breakdown of case 1, and they do this for each of the cases. Alright, case 1 lays out what happened as the court knew at the time. Originally, testing at First Hospital showed him to be unresponsive and that his pupils were fixed and dilated. The hospital attempted what it could, and at that point was able to get pressure of his brain enough to restore the pupil reaction to light. This reaction would be then lost again as he progressed towards death. He was moved to the hospital he is at now. Testing was done via the hospital itself and independent local hospitals, showing that he suffered from a severe hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, brain damage due to lack of flood of blood and oxygen to the brain. Lack of flow of blood is, I'm sure, what they meant. First case laid out these facts. April 8th, damage too extensive for surgical intervention. April 10th, diabetes insipidus and a condition which is highly correlated with brainstem death began. April 15th, an MRI shows a full global brain dysfunction. April 20th, no reaction to stimuli at all during EEG. May 9th, the independent doctor checks for any response from Archie. Dr. Playfer explained that the brainstem is responsible for the key functions to keeping us alive, such as controlling the heart rate and breathing. He had examined Archie on 9th of May 2022. He tested him for responses. Dr. Playfer put pressure on Archie's nail beds and got no reaction. His pupils did not react to light. There was no responsive stimulation of Archie's cornea. He tested Archie's reflexes by pouring 50 milliliters of ice-cold water into his ear. He looked to see if deep suction in the throat would stimulate coughing or a gag response, but it did not. He noted that Archie did not open his eyes, nor did he move. He was entirely unresponsive. On May 9th, informal apnea shows no response. Apnea, I guess. Not apnea, or whatever I said. Family will later state that Archie had every possible interaction to this test that could occur without any proof. Consulting doctor proved via notes and readouts that this was a fabrication. May 11. Angiogram, I don't know what that is, shows no changes to blood flow. There had been no blood flow seen in or out or around the brain. Family refused brainstem death chart, stating they feared the apnea test portion of it would cause more brain damage. The test removes someone from the ventilators to see if their brain attempts to breathe at all. There is discussion of some instances of a difficult relationship between Hollie and nursing/doctor staff. That is a very kind way to put that. The reason the U.S. doctor was denied as an experienced witness was, U.S. has different rules on brainstem death than the U.K. He also was using data from a non-current study. This study also was regarding traumatic brain injury, not the type Archie had. So, being like a car accident or not lack of oxygen. The test it referenced was outdated, and the study was on adults, not children. Confirmation of no cervical spine injury occurred at this trial. Hollie's latest thing is that his head is floppy due to a broken vertebrae. It's because he's dead. It's hard. I get it. But you just accept it. This is cruel. This is not dignity. Like, dignity for all is correct. This is fucking rude. Case 2 was June 6th through June 8th. Trust wishes to stop treatment and declare brain dead. Court approves this motion. Wow, that was quick. So case 2, this one's long. There is a reporting restrictions order which prohibits the identification of any of the patients by other in the suit unless voluntarily done so by the person themselves. This means that naming nurses, etc. by the mother is against this order. Mother tried to say the unofficial brainstem death test caused a hypotension response by Archie. Doctors confirm no such incident occurred. The test was not able to be performed because Archie did not react to the peripheral nerve stimulation test, which was a precursor to the brainstem test. The MRI test was done due to this. The mother was against this because she felt it could cause injury to Archie. This was opposed by the parents who were concerned about the risks to Archie. Archie's parents accused the hospital of using an MRI of someone else to prove their case against Archie and that they were starving him. Archie's parents accused... Oh, I just read that. Mr. Quintaval raised 2 preliminary matters on behalf of the respondent parents. The first was that they're concerned that the scans of Archie's brain and spine produced by Dr. P were not images of Archie but someone else. The second was that the parents' concern that the hospital was purposefully starving Archie. He informed the court that he may have been instructed to apply for an emergency protection order in both regards. Both claims were both proven false, of course. MRIs are linked to patient via their barcode and personal info, and his body is incapable of taking nutrients because the minute feeds hit his stomach, he automatically has massive fluid loss due to diarrhea. This is because his brain is incapable of talking to his stomach. Dr. F explained that the brain injury is a trigger for diarrhea because the brain and gastrointestinal systems communicate with each other via the enteric nervous system. Throughout the gastrointestinal tract, Archie's brain injury means that normal signals are not getting to his gut. The justice discusses the mother's issues in that she would rather Google and listen to her online groups than doctors. The desperation of the parents is perhaps shown by the 2 preliminary matters raised. Neither complaint and had any foundation. The 2 issues raised showed clearly the lack of trust the family has in the very experienced clinicians caring for Archie. I noted from the nursing notes found in the medical records that Archie's mother preferred to search for answers on the internet or from people who had contacted her, rather than accepting what the specialist doctors treating Archie and who have care of him on a daily basis were saying. Woo! The hospital has to hourly change his vasopressor drugs because his urine output widely varies. The family The family thought there was a chance Archie would come home again, but accepted he may be severely disabled or in a severely vegetated state. But this was better than nothing. In regards to religious beliefs, the mother states that they were not religious, but that Archie was becoming so. This is why she had him christened. In regards to the mother stating that she had proof from a doctor of recovery, the justice stated, examples of miracle recoveries again were not helpful. As well as this, the doctors had never seen any of Archie's scans. So here's the timeline. 7th of April, Archie admitted CT scans showing signs of hypoxic injury to brain. On the 8th, EEG shows severe dysfunction caused by injury to the brain, but do not show any ongoing seizure activity. CT scans show severe hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. There's a brain injury. Angiogram shows worsening of cerebral and cerebellar edema. I'm sure all these words are very important and meaningful to everyone listening. Cerebellar edema, with increasing tonsillar herniation in devastating hypoxic ischemic brain injury. Signs of diabetes insipidus began, which can result from severe trauma. DI causes very high levels of sodium with severe dehydration due to his kidneys excreting a lot of dilute urine. Alright, nice. Next page. On the 9th of April, cerebral function motoring showed changes constant with right-sided seizure activity consistent with elevation of blood pressure and heart rate. 10th, repeat of CT angiogram show increased brain swelling compared to the earlier CT scan and further evidence of injury to the cortex, which controls most higher cognitive, sensory, and motor functions and cerebellum. Brain swelling is starting to push the brain stem against the base of the skull. On the 11th, the second opinion states that brain stem death tests should be administered, but that regardless of outcome, Archie's should be stopped. The extent of brain injury is incompatible with any meaningful recovery. 14th of April, third opinion sought. Devastating hypoxic brain injury caused by the hanging. His prognosis is very poor and he is unfortunately unlikely to survive. Advise do not resuscitate and palliative care. EEG for 30 minutes showed no activity at all. Archie's mother requested at least one more month to see if Archie recovers. April 15th, MRI and MRA are done showing further deterioration. Severe hypoxic ischemic injury. Injury caused by lack of blood and oxygen supply, affecting the entire brain, cortex, midbrain, brainstem, and cerebellum. There is associated swelling of the entire brain, and cerebellar tonsils have now been pushed through the foramen magnum, compressing the brainstem. On the MRA, no blood flow can be detected within any of the intracranial blood vessels. This represents a further deterioration compared to his earlier CT scans. The whole of the brain showed evidence of extreme oxygen starvation. The brain had coned, which destroyed the brainstem, and there was lack of blood flow to the brain. This was stated to be the point of no return for brainstem recovery. Brain steam recovery, as they have written. Second opinion sought. Confirms results of the first test and states once again that the invasive ventilation should be stopped, that there is no hope for recovery. 420! EEG performed with mother's request of boxing audio and music Archie loved. No response and no cortical activity were seen. Yeah, fair. May 6th, neurological exam. It is even clearer that Archie has suffered a severe and, in my opinion, irrecoverable brain injury and is likely to be brain dead. Even should he prove that some residual brainstem function, his prognosis remains very poor and he's very likely to be in a comatose or vegetative state and dependent on mechanical ventilation for the rest of his life, which is no life. And then 3 days later on the 9th, the second opinion supports all said before and that his hospital, or at his hospital, and they would have done the brainstem test right away. Informal brainstem death. This involves reflexes and 2-minute apnea test. Archie was entirely unresponsive. Doctor stated Archie has brain dead. I'm reading like they type. Doctor stated Archie was brain dead. On the 11th, the angiogram showed complete lack of flow to Archie's brain. And on May 16th, 2 independent doctors performed peripheral nervous system tests on Archie. The test failed, and if this test is failed, there cannot even be a brainstem death test. Gotcha. So that's like if you fucking failed your pre-SATs, they'll pull you in the counselor's office and be like, yeah, don't even take the SATs. Got it. Hope I didn't lose anything in my good snipping tool skills. 25th of May. Information was given to the justice stating that Archie was brain dead. Taking into account the mechanism of injury, Archie's unresponsive condition and the severe coning seen on the MRI scans of April 15, 2022, in the view of the professionals in the pediatric intensive care specialism, the nursing staff, neurology, neuroradiology, and endocrinology, it was likely that Archie's brainstem had died between the 8th and 26th of April of 2022. On the 31st of May, the final MRI is performed. Brain shrinkage and necrosis was seen. The severe coning seen on April 15th had not changed. The cerebellar tonsils, which had been squashed together with the lower part of the brainstem and herniated through the bottom of the skull, remained, but there were no signs of necrosis. There were now signs of necrosis. Important differential for me to make there. Severe damage to the thalamus. The medulla had shrunken and showing necrosis. No blood flow in any part of the brain. No spinal injury, which is what Archie's mother was using as her reasoning for not allowing certain testing. Thoracic and lumbar spinal cord showed necrosis, as well as debris from necrosis of other areas of the spine. He said somewhere between 10 and 20% of the brainstem had undergone necrosis, but the damage to the brainstem was over 50%. Necrosis was caused by squashing the brainstem and the coning into the top of the spinal cord. The sort of images he was seeing were ones he usually saw at perimortem or postmortem. So adjacent or past death. Fun wordplay. Or I guess like wordsmithing. 4th of June. The doctors determined that the movements made by Archie that the mother stated happened were unreplicable. That there was no reason to believe that they had actually occurred. The mother was caught in several lies. Mother stated he cried during a procedure. Problem is the procedure wasn't real and he wasn't crying. I remembered too. The hospital evidence that the ventilator tube is never replaced and therefore would not reproduce the pain mentioned by the family as possibly causing a tear. I heard too that Archie's pupils were examined by a pupilometer several times a day and he was to be given eye drops 4 times a day to prevent his eyes from drying out when the eyelids are lifted and drops put in. There has not been a change in dilation of fixation of his pupils for many weeks. And the grasping hand, the video shows that she was using the fact his hands had contracted into C shape that she could manipulate to seem like he was grasping and moving his hands voluntarily. And finally, the judge's conclusions. Is it probable that Archie is brainstem dead? Yes. In my judgment, the lack of the tests in Archie's case caused as it by his very severe brain... In my judgment, the lack of the test in Archie's case caused as it is by his severe brain damage. What? What a fucking terrible written sentence. Does not prevent me from anxiously considering the abundant clinical evidence in these proceedings and coming to a conclusion as to whether I can find on the balance of probabilities that Archie is brainstem dead. Declaration. I found that Archie died at noon on May 31st, May of 2022, which is shortly after the MRI scans taken that day. I find that irreversible cessation of brainstem function has been conclusively established. I give permission to the medical professionals at the Royal London Hospital to cease to ventilate mechanically Archie Battersbee, to extubate Archie Battersbee, to cease administration of medication to Archie Battersbee, and to not attempt any cardio or pulmonary resuscitation on Archie Battersbee when cardiac output ceases or respiratory effort ceases. Best interest. I must ask myself what Archie's view might be of the treatment as it is being administered to him today. He is 12, and although he told his mother he would prefer to be on life support machine rather than dead, that was not an opinion he had come to based on the reality of the medical intervention he receives now and the likely outcome. The tragedy of the situation is that Archie's life is unrecognizable compared to the one that he lived just 9 weeks ago. He cannot eat food or drink he would have enjoyed. When thinking theoretically about medical support in these circumstances, I would not have expected Archie to take into account the many tube and line supports that have been attached to his body, bringing nutrients in and taking his bodily products away. In terms of not wanting to leave his mother, Tragically, Archie does not know his mother is there and that she has spent the last 8 weeks at his bedside when she was not at court. It is accepted by all that Archie does not feel pain. I do consider, however, that the many medical procedures which are keeping his body functioning are a burden on him. I find that Archie is suffering physical harm from his condition and the extensive medical treatment he is receiving. Appeal 1 occurred on June 29th. Hollie wishes to overrule Case 2. Hollie wins this appeal. That's fucking baffling. Let's see what her arguments were. Alrighty, Appeal 1. She was able to appeal on these 6 grounds. Determination of death should have been by criminal standards of proof, not civil. This required a more stringent process. Judge was wrong to extend the common law definition of death to include brainstem death. Judge breached the right under Article 9 by not accommodating the religious philosophical views of death held by Archie and his family. Freedom to manifest one's religion or beliefs shall be subject only to such limitations as are prescribed by law and are necessary in a democratic society in the interest of public safety. For the protection of public order, health, and morals, or for the protection of the rights of freedom to others. Judge's diagnosis of death was not compliant with the code. Brain death requires this to be met. Absence of brainstem reflexes. Pupils are fixed and do not respond to sharp changes in intensity or incident of light. There is no corneal reflex. Care should be taken to avoid damage to cornea. The oculovestibular reflexes are absent. No motor responses within the cranial nerve. Distribution can be elicited by adequate stimulation of any somatic area. There is no cough reflex response but to bronchial stimulation by a suction catheter placed down the trachea. To the carnia or gag response to stimulation of the posterior pharynx with a spatula. The process for testing respiratory response for hypercarbia, the apnea test, should be the last brainstem reflex to be tested and should not be performed if any of the preceding tests confirm the presence of brainstem reflexes. Judge was wrong to say Archie is dead. The judge did not make determination in Archie's best interest. The appeal was approved with 2 requirements in place regarding Archie's parents. They could not appeal the judge's decision to refuse them an ethics expert, and they could not call an expert in natural death at the hearing before Hayden J. In the end, they seem to agree that Archie is dead, but the appeal is won on a technicality and that the original case should have changed to be a best interest, not a declaration of death hearing. Alrighty, Case 3, July 11th. Trust enters into the best interest case. Judgment approves and state removal of treatment to occur issues DNAR. Doctors were afraid 426 to do MRI instead of brainstem test because he was so medically fragile they believed it would kill him. Judge is against appeals ruling stating that legal and clinical should have been hand in hand and that they were attempting a diagnosis of exclusion to state that he was dead instead of looking at a reality. No doctor has seen any response from him since that day, and he has consistently had a Glasgow Coma scale of 3. New medical info. On the 11th of April, he has been on CFAM, cerebral function analyzing monitoring. The raw EEG is currently flat and featureless, and the amplitude integrated EEG demonstrates consistently extreme low upper and lower margins consistent with severe dysfunction of brain death. On 420, he said no response to pain or any gag reflex. They suctioned him and got no response. On May 5th, independent doctor opinion, entirely unresponsive with absent pupillary, cough, gag, corneal, and ocular vestibular reflexes. He also found that there was no respiratory effort during a 2-minute informal apnea test. Apnoea. I think that's the apnea test. Archie's current care requirements. Standard treatment and care practiced in a neurointensive care unit with round-the-clock care provided by one-on-one and at times two-on-one nursing. Continuous and invasive monitoring to allow target of hemodynamic parameters, heart rate and urine output, and treatment targeted to keep them within a standard range known to be safe. Oxygenation and carbon dioxide clearance by ventilator, and is unable to breathe for himself. Routine neuroclinical care, respiratory management, regular turning and care to prevent pressure areas developing and bed sores, regular cleaning and changes to prevent skin breakdown, support of the blood pressure with medications as needed, treatment for chest, blood, or other infection with antibiotics as required, continuous vasopressin administration to control the water balances and salt balance within the body based on hourly urine output, fluid boluses due to large uncontrolled urine output despite treatment as needed, feeding via a tube into the stomach to give nutrition as tolerated, loperamide treatment to slow down the passage of food throughout the gastrointestinal tract due to diarrhea, secondary to gut failure associated with brain failure, administration of glucose to prevent low blood sugars as needed, electrolyte distributes corrections, particularly potassium, active warming to prevent the body to getting cold as needed, steroid replacement and thyroid hormone replacement, prophylactic treatment to prevent deep vein thrombosis, New current medical issues. He has become malnourished, and this, along with the necessity for repeated blood tests, has led him to becoming anemic. Archie has developed yellow necrotic secretions from the lungs. Life history. For some reason, it came up that Archie had 2 years of exclusion from school due to behavior. Hollie discussed how she took the case from local authority to tribunal until she won and got him back in school. Appeal 2 occurs on July 21st, 22nd, and 25th. Application for permission to appeal with appeal hearing if granted. Appeals refused on all grounds. Nice. 2-day stay for EHCR appeal. Alrighty, Appeal 2. Appeal was started due to the statement that the judge had not kept Archie's best interest beyond medical at heart. Medical issues brought up. Archie's brain is dead to the point it doesn't really tell his body to remove liquids via urination on its own. Archie's gut has failed to work without medical intervention for the same reason. Archie requires almost hourly blood tests and intermittent blood transfusions. Every function of his body is now done via mechanical or medicinal means. There was secondary spinal cord damage. In fact, the secondary spinal cord damage, which was discovered as a result of the MRI on the 31st of May 2022, was likely to make breathing impossible and thus invalidated the apnea test. Options began to be weighted here. Option 1. Trust was for life-sustaining treatment to be... Option 1. Trust was for life-sustaining treatment to be withdrawn from Archie at an arranged time at which the family members might be present and during which the process would be supported by the presence of all the relevant medical personnel. Option 2. Hollie is for the current life-sustaining treatment regime to be continued until such time as Archie's body may give up and he would die. To use their word, naturally, and again to use the family's phrase at the time, chosen by God. Hollie's barrister laid out 6 grounds to their appeal. In the final hearing, 725, he tried to tack on a 7th. Ground 1. Judge failed to give any or adequate reasons for not accepting submissions made by appellants. Ground 2. Judge failed to give proper effect or proper weight to Archie's previously expressed wishes to be maintained on life support, clearly expressed in a conversation with his mother and brother and supported by wider evidence about Archie's character and ethical views. This approach is wronged in law because it is breach of the state's positive obligation, is in breach of Archie's Article 8 right to choose the manner of death, is in breach of Archie's right and amounts to substituted decision-making on behalf of a disabled person. Ground 3. Judge erred into making the following factual findings which materially affected his best interest determination, which include finding, contrary to the factual evidence, that there can be no hope at all for recovery, accepting the expert evidence of Dr. Playfor, when this evidence was, as a result, subsequent developments confirmed by the Court of Appeal, entirely unreliable, and accepting that Archie could not breathe as a result of damage to his brain. Woo! This is a lot. Where was I? Wow, I can't find it. Ah, there it is. Sorry about that, Jesus. Ground 4. Judge erred in the fact and in law in holding that Archie's LST was burdensome, was futile, and compromised his dignity, deprives him of autonomy, and becomes wholly inimical to his welfare. I don't know what inimical means. Ground 5. Judge failed to apply the well-established strong pre-assumption in favor of prolonging life and made a manifestly incorrect finding that Archie's LST treatment served only to protract his death whilst being unable to prolong his life, which is 100% true. Ground 6. This was not pursued when brought into question. Judge made a procedural error in taking into account extraneous evidence he found in the public domain, which had not been properly admitted into the proceedings. Ground 7. Not properly put forth, but the court documented it, and it was made into the new Ground 6. Judge deemed this parent's primary ground. Judge failed to give any real proper weight to Archie's previously expressed wishes and his religious beliefs. Failed to give any real proper weight to Archie's family wishes and views as to the continuation of life-sustaining treatment. failed to carry out a careful and clear comprehensive evaluation of the benefits and burdens and continuation of life-sustaining treatment, and in making his best interest determination, the judge fell into error in concluding that Archie's life-sustaining treatment was burdensome, futile, and compromising his dignity, depriving him of his autonomy and wholly inimical to his welfare. This is how the judge stated his feelings of this. Mr. Devereux, who did not appear below, and who had been instructed after the proposed grounds of appeal in supporting skeleton argument had been filed, in presenting the parents' case at the oral hearing, chose to devote the entirety of his address to the court to a further ground of appeal, which not expressly pleaded as an amendment to the notice of appeal. This was how the barrister stated his feelings of this. Mr. Justice Hayden's decision was driven almost wholly by Archie's medical best interest and not by a careful, clear, and understandable and comprehensive evaluation of Archie's best interest in the widest sense. What does that mean? He's looking at it in the widest sense. Archie's a fucking vegetable. They shouldn't be keeping him on life support at this point. They are wasting money. If you want to break it down logistically in a way that the most people are going to care, they're wasting taxpayer dollars. That's clearly wasting. The kid is passed away. He is deceased, which, sad. But then to have a scumbag like Hollie to just come in and keep a fucking whole hospital room occupied using millions of dollars to keep her dead son brain moving, I guess. I don't know. She just wants him to be alive. That's all it is. And she can't accept it. She just can't do it. And she sees this as a way to leverage herself to get attention. And it's working. And money. It's working for that, too. So the appellate response to ground 1 and 2, denied with no prospect of success and without foundation. Cases presented to support were with adults, not children, and one case was invalid since the decisions are made on an individual basis. The disability rights were deemed beyond the scope since this is not a case of a disabled child. Ground 3, denied due to the letter from the barrister stating Hollie accepted her son had no hope of recovery. Barrister was fighting that trust had told them that there was a 1% chance a healthy adult would recovery, meaning moving to persistive, vegetative, or minimal conscious state. Appellate states that even if he moved up the coma scale, all medical records stated he would still be dead in a few weeks. Ground 4, denied. The judge was entitled to find that the treatment carried a burden for Archie, even though he has no capacity to experience pain and no conscious awareness. Ground 5, denied due to their interpretation being not tenable and wrong. Parents' primary ground, judge's thoughts, there can be no hope at all for recovery, Archie's mom in particular, but the family more generally. Recoil from this terrible reality. Nobody criticizes them in any way for this. When it comes to evaluating the medical evidence, they have been ambushed by their emotions and overwhelmed by an intensity of grief that has compromised their objectivity. The barrister says the judge should have taken these 7 factors into account when deeming life support should be ended. The presumption in favor of prolonging life, Archie's wishes and feelings, Archie's religious beliefs and values, family wishes, beliefs, fact that Archie does not experience pain, benefit of allowing Archie to die at a random time in a natural way, prospect of there being some limited recovery. And in conclusion, permission to appeal can only be granted on the parents' new grounds of appeal if there is a real prospect of it being shown that the judge's decision was unjust because of a serious procedural irregularity arising from the manner in which he approached the decision and expressed his reasoning. After a detailed examination, I do not accept that there is any prospect of the decision being shown to be wrong or unjust, whether for procedural reasons or otherwise. The new ground of appeal relates only to the matters of form and raises no matter of true substance. UN appeal July 27th, used to delay EHCR appeal request, denied. EHCR appeal July 28th, application for permission of EHCR appeal. They wasted 3 days demanding this and then did not do it. Supreme Court appeal 29th, denied. No more stays. And we're on to the SC appeal. Skipped ECHR for this. Judge expedited looking at case, refused appeal. Lord Hodge, the Deputy President of the Supreme Court, Lord Kitchen and Lord Stevens have considered the application for permission to appeal the decision of the Court of Appeal, who have refused permission to appeal to that court not to grant a longer stay of orders of Hayden J., dated 15 July 2022, which will result in the withdrawal of life-sustaining treatment from Archie Battersbee. The panel is satisfied that if the Supreme Court has jurisdiction to hear this application, a matter on which the panel has not been addressed, the application does not raise an arguable point of law that the Court of Appeal has fallen into error in exercising its discretion in the way in which it did. The panel has great sympathy with the plight of Archie's devoted parents and recognizes the emotional pain which they suffer, but have considered the careful judgment of the Court of Appeal delivered by Sir Andrew McFarlane, President of the Family Division, in the application for permission to appeal the Court of Appeal's decision in relation to stay. The panel refuses permission to appeal. They said the word appeal so many times. They fucking threw me off. I thought I was fucking going crazy. Emergency hearing August 1st. Stop removal of ventilator until UN can review. Denied. Emergency hearing. The reason a stay was allowed was due to the father being put into hospital, so he would not miss being with his son. Refusal to allow appeal to Supreme Court was due to the fact that they had already denied it and no new evidence had been brought about. The UN wanted admissibility to be September 29th, a stay of almost 2 months. They have a 6-month backlog as it is. April 30th, the hospital let all parties know of the August 1st withdrawal. Her solicitor wanted to stay until a response from the UN and the Secretary of State to be made a party of the case. Hospital trust as well as guardian for Archie were against any stays. Her solicitor said Archie is stable and the justice put out why this was inaccurate. His system, his organs, and ultimately his heart are in the process of closing down. The justice found that their argument only made the case for withdrawal better. It is not apparent that there is any gap between the provision in the European Convention on Human Rights and the UNCRPD in these two respects. If anything, this is an observation rather than stating any principle of law. The Statement of Right to Life in the ECHR would seem to be in clearer and stronger terms even than that in the UNCRPD. Justice makes sure to state that there was never an injunction, there was only a request. Her solicitor kept trying to state injunction, it seems. Her solicitor attempted to fight that it was a breach of international law and human rights to not allow the UN to proceed. The trust stated her solicitor's argument had no foundation in law. The justice's decision to only allow a stay until the next day was, in regards to her solicitor's argument, he got a reaming. Despite the firm and clear submissions into which Mr. Devereaux put the parents' case in the highest possible terms using phrases such as mandatory requirement or the court has no discretion, or there would be a flagrant breach of international law by the court were his application to be refused. To allow them to wait for UN would be against Archie's best interests. He states that they decided not to go to ECHR when they said they were going to. I therefore conclude that there should be no stay granted other than a short stay now for the parents to take stock and consider whether they wish to make any further application to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court requests for appeal August 2nd, request stay until UN possible review, which was denied. ECHR appeal August 3rd, requesting stay on removal of ventilator, denied. ECHR appeal. The European Court of Human Rights, the President, has today decided not to indicate interim measures in the case AB, Archie Battersbee, and others versus the United Kingdom. They argued, among other things, that the state's failure to honor the interim measure given by the UNCRPD breached Article 2 of the Convention, read alone or together with the Article 14 of the Convention. The applicants also lodged a substantive application with the court in which they relied on Articles 2, 6, 8, 9 of 13, 14, and 34. Applicants' complaint deemed inadmissible. Case 3, August 4th, requesting allowance for removal to hospice care, denied, appeals denied. Damn. Archie's parents recognize that there are inherent risks in relation to transfer to the hospice and have said that they are prepared to take them in preference to remaining in the hospital, including the risks of him dying in transit. Hollie requested this case to be private and it was allowed. Media could attend, Hollie attended remotely, and Ella attended in person. 6 things were addressed, brought about by her solicitor. They wished for Archie to go to hospice. They wanted an independent respiratory consultant info to be entered, even though they never formally applied for this and It was allowed because Hollie appears to get what she wants. Whether Archie should receive palliative oxygen, whether the mother's representation of Archie's clinical change was accurate, further steps for possibility of seeking treatment abroad. Justice sets out the fact that every one of these stays is not in Archie's best interests. Hospice did exist, but it was unwilling to take Archie on a ventilator. They would require a team from the hospital to transport Archie. The team would then be required to stay in the hospice to remove the ventilator. They were only willing to do this if this was in his best interest, and they had not been informed just the state Archie is in. Medical issues risks with transport. Archie's blood pressure drops if he is moved or turned. Dislodging of tubing by an unfamiliar team. Inherent risks in transfer via ambulance. Logistical risk regarding transfer of someone in Archie's condition, including delay in the need for the ambulance retrieval service to liaise with the palliative care team at X hospital, coordinate with the hospice as to bed availability, have conversations with the family to ensure understanding intensive care will not be continued and treatment would be withdrawn within a very short time after arrival, usually about an hour. There would also be an additional ambulance team involving specialist staff and an additional ambulance to be available. It takes an entire team to do any movement in hospital for MRIs. The small team in an ambulance is too small to care for him. Interestingly, due to the fact that Archie is declared dead, they cannot blue lighting during ambulance ride. For us people, this means lights, sirens, that mean pull over. Okay, for us. For US people, so they can't do their lights. Medical update. The breathing was due to physio or another cause and was not independent breathing. Increased reliance on vasopressin. Mother has been lying that it was decreased. Constipation. The bowels have given up the ghost. Displaced line in his neck causing sudden blood pressure drop leading to the line being moved to his groin. Abroad treatment. Experimental stem cell research. Logistical risks above. Can't revive dead cells. Has never shown results in someone with a lack of brain blood flow for so long. The mother had no idea what the treatment was when asked about it. Ella spoke about the hospice. She is the family spokesperson and advocate. Circumstances at the hospital meant the family considered if treatment was withdrawn, their Archie would not die with peace and dignity due to the breakdown in trust and other circumstances at the hospital. The court reminded her that the plan in the hospice would be that his ventilation be removed within the hour. There would be no garden. Wow. Guardian stated, since parents can't be in ambulance with child on way to hospice and there is a high risk he will die in ambulance, that it is not in Archie's best interest to die alone in the back of an ambulance. Some other dude is representing Hollie in this is Mr. Bogle. Sounds like a fucking fake name. Mr. Bogle states that the hospital is overplaying the risk involved and that they are not quantified and that if only he could assess it, he could find out the appropriate things needed. No one has proven that Archie didn't breathe. Has no one proved? I don't believe that at all. Hollie found her new expert doctor the afternoon before the hearing. He pretty much gave no info and had no clinical experience in the area he was discussing. Her Christian fakeness, however, also caused issues. Chaplain services would not exist in hospice, and Hollie has made it clear how important that is to Archie. Decisions. Expert evidence denied. Big fucking shock. Judge was informed of them wanting an independent expert review 20 minutes before court. He had never seen Archie or even reviewed his records. He was only using the mother's information. He also states that the family had the opportunity to discuss all questions with the doctors caring for Archie, but has not taken up that option at all. Hospice denied. He confirms that August 2nd, Hollie agreed to withdrawal of treatment at the hospital and even came up with their desired plan. Palliative oxygen. He leaves this up to the care team since it is believed Archie will not even attempt to breathe, making extra oxygen unwarranted. Change in condition. He concludes that there was no change in condition beyond him becoming worse. Abroad, denied. Denied since the treatment itself would require a brainstem test to find out if it was possible. Shit, man. Just gotta give up at some point. And to round out this section, Appeal 3, August 5th, requesting allowance for removal to hospice care was denied. Statement from hospital regarding removal for hospice care. We could imagine it's something along the lines of, yeah, Archie's fucking dead. ECHR Appeal 2, August 5th, states unfair trial and privacy rights to life denied. Denied. August 6th, 10 a.m. withdrawal is confirmed. Oh my fucking goodness, this has been a real doozy, and I'm now using the archive website with all the shit going on with the Kiwi farms. And honestly, anyone who's made it this far, you know what? It's time for a smoke break. We're just gonna fucking smoke here. I need a fucking break. This has been so much. And I still got more. I still have probably, let's see, we probably got one, like 3 or 4 more, like, scroll throughs of this. So let's smoke up and finish this up. How about that? Thank you so much for all the support. It's been fucking wild to me. I hope everyone's having a good day. And, cheers. Oh, that's good. All right, back to work. Ella Carter. Ella Carter is the girlfriend, possible fiancée, of Archie's half-brother and has only been in the family picture since January of this year. She states she is a law student and the family spokesperson/advocate, though there is no proof that she has any education in law, and it appears to be quite the opposite. Prior to Archie's incident, she had rarely seen the boy, and yet here she is taking front and center seat in the family's affairs. She states she is a law student, but there appears to be no evidence of this. It is also possible that she has already taken funds from the GoFundMe that she has set up for Archie. She gains access to court proceedings and such by stating she is Hollie's personal assistant. It was also discussed in earlier interviews that Ella is the one that told Hollie to not do the brainstem testing. At the moment, Ella is once again banned from Facebook due to her harassive behavior in public and private messages to other members of Archie's army and Dignity for All. Here's Ella's, I don't know where she would have posted this, but Ella's post. Hi everyone. Unfortunately, I can't post on Facebook at the moment as I'm on a Facebook ban. Sorry I wasn't at court today. I wasn't able to attend as I had an arrangement. I couldn't rearrange, but don't worry, I'll be there Monday. As Hollie rightly said, we are grateful for every extra day. Love, Ella. XOXO. Guessing you help out on that sad little page you call Dignity for All? Considering your hoops are probably larger than your brain, it explains a lot. Do you get some sort of sick excitement from ripping people apart behind the safety of your phone screen? Wait, whoa, did she just fucking message that to somebody from Dignity for All? That's fucking, she just attacks. What's your fucking problem, you dirty women? Why do you feel the need to slay people on Facebook, you sad little women? Can't comment on a Facebook, but fuck off, you dirty cunt, you're actually disgusting. He didn't try himself, it was a TikTok challenge. And do you really think it's fucking acceptable to blame a family for their brother's suicide? I so hope something terrible happens to you one day. Sure, continue sending me abuse. Looks brilliant on you. It wasn't a trend, the police confirmed it wasn't. You apologized on live TV for saying... Whoa, that came out of nowhere. On live TV for saying it was you can't keep up with it, can you? We don't know because the police still haven't searched his phone. Stupid cunt, stop acting like you know anything because you've read some stuff on Facebook, okay? You're definitely the type of person to pretend you know people because you follow them on Insta or something. Weirdos. You're definitely the type of person to lie about someone's condition for more donations. Really odd. Carry on insulting me. That's absolutely fine. X. As per other users' posts, Ella also tends to team up with Lauren and other admin Kelly Marie to harass people with vulgar language. There is something unsettling with them telling people to kill themselves after what Archie has done. What fucking scumbags, Jesus Christ. The user left the chat and she was re-added. Please keep in mind that these 4 people are running a page for a child that is suspected to have either followed an online challenge or something more sinister. These people are the ones asking for your support, asking for your money, and asking for you to believe what they type. Well, if that's the case, you have to believe everything they say written in these images, and that they stand by it. I'm appalled that grown-ass people speak like this to other people online, and it makes you now question what the environment was like for a 12-year-old. All images will not be posted publicly by this page due to the obscene nature, but I will happily share them with you if you privately if you want to see them in private. Just message the page and I will pop them over to you. Let's see. So they showed those 3. You're putting photos of your brother's skeletal body into the public domain. It's undignified, deeply distressing, and you should have kept it and should be kept private. Don't let me get started. Oh my God, I'm sorry, everybody. And don't get me started on Lisa. What are those funds being spent on? Sorry, babies. She goes by name Hollie. Can you please spell that right? You dickhead. Yeah, you fucking dickhead. Should try the moisturizer. It's called Dodo. Oh, please. Oh, no. Please don't insult my face. Please. I can't take it. Babe, meet me? No, that was your dad. Oh, no, wait. You haven't got one. Ha 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 ha. Stop it. Shut the fuck up, you vile little cunt. Ha 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 ha. Fucking really high. Oh, hold on. I need to see how... Oh, my God. I actually have no idea how far... These go far. I see there's a lot of these. Where did you hear it was a TikTok challenge? You need to see someone voices in your head ain't no good. See, I can pretend I'm 12 too. Look at the ducking state of it. I used that when I was like 10. Ha ha ha, you dickhead. Is that all you got? Seriously, answer me. What enjoyment do you get from being a nasty piece of scum? Lol, she looks like a pedo. Taking the piss about a 12-year-old boy having an accident. Size off that nose, dough. Nosy dough. Laughing emojis. What is happening? I don't know what I'm reading right now. I mean this in the most honest and true way possible. I really hope you find the love of your life who you feel you can't breathe without, and I hope they drop dead in front of you. XOXO. Oh, where's she gone? Bye, Danny, you fucking nonce. Fuck does, stalking all our profiles now. Her mom should have swallowed. I'm still here, kids, don't worry. Who's worrying? Damn, hope she had killed herself. Fuck that, she would get to take the easy way out. Danny, baby, why you been talking to yourself? Oh, honey, I wouldn't waste worrying over you. I'm hoping you die a slow, painful, very undignified death. Oh, no, she don't. Fuck, she left before I could send her a kiss. Wow, they really type like middle school girls. Oh, no, she doesn't get to leave that quick. Oi doughy. Oh, doughy. Aha, that's gonna get screenshotted on all over that page tomorrow. Oh, there, Doe, your husband's cheating on you. Wow, that's quite the claim. Your husband's cheating on you with her mom, with her son. Told you, looks like a weird family, with her pet goldfish. Feel sorry for the kids. Inbreeds. Wow, this is really awful. This is like hard to read for me. I'm like getting secondhand cringe, and that's pretty tough to do to me. Danny has a bigger nose than an elephant's trunk. Must be all them lies you keep spreading. Babies, I know you're like right at the bottom from anybody caring about you, so your boss off the page probs won't give a shit about you, but could you ask it to contact me? Many thanks. Face like that, it ain't her legs she's spreading, it has to be lies. And Doe, before you come for Archie or my family, please think twice. We will stand out ground and make you feel like a pea. What the fuck are they even talking about? This is ridiculous. With Archie, we stand always. Archie's army all the way. Fuck the trolls. Danny, be expected a visit from the police. They have your address and basically you're fucked. Yes, I'm sure they do. Merry Christmas. Harassment and restraining order has been put against you now. If you contact me anymore, you'll be done. So be on your way, merry way. Wish you all the best to your very unlucky children, and I honestly, from the bottom of my heart, hope they find a more loving parent and less of a weirdo. I'm not harassing anyone. They'll see that I left this group and you added me back into it. And you're all messaging me separately, too. Who's harassing who? As I said, please refrain from talking to me. Look it up. It's in the Urban Dictionary. Let me break it down. You're a cunt, and if anyone deserves to be saved, it's Archie. Now fuck off. Simple enough. Mate, your dad should have get it in his pants. He defo regrets you. Kept. Oh, I see. Imagine having a child like you. Oh, we're talking about Archie now, are we? Thought you'd forgotten him already. Anyway, hate you and leave you. I'm off to bed, and Danny, you should get some beauty sleep because you definitely lack in it. Oh, burn! Yes, I'd better head off too. Get some sleep before I spend the rest of my life in a cell for harassing your poor, poor child. Night, you whore. Oh wait, you can't be a whore. No one wants you. My bad. Seriously, if you want the police to arrest me, you've really got to leave me alone, you know? Kinda defeats the object of harassment when you're the ones doing the harassment. Cheerio. That was fucking intolerable to read. I'm so happy it's over. And while Archie's life support was being removed, Ella was having a lovely conversation threatening people via text messages. So, unfortunately, the videos don't seem to work in the archived version, or at least not always, and they're not working now. They worked earlier for me. I don't know, maybe it's the archive I pick, and I'll figure it out, but they don't seem to be working right now. So all we got is the text posts here, and so I apologize for that. It's nothing I can do, though. So this is what Ella was doing between the time of 12:09 and 12:54 yesterday. Keep in mind, Archie passed away at 12:15. Warning due to foul language. Seems Abby and Ella know each other. However, later on, Ella admitted it was Abby's sister who apparently killed a taxi driver and not Abby. My disgust is that she was answering these messages at the most god-awful time, too. Far from the crying and hysterical Ella we saw on Sky News less than an hour later. I don't care about the messages, and I'm sure Ella will deal with the girl involved. I have not posted this on the page, only here. And unfortunately, we will not be able to see those. Because, you know, that's it. And I guess while we're here, I'll show you these two pictures. These are just pictures as one final indignity. His death was photographed in a slideshow live streamed on TikTok. So yeah, there you go. And we're going to hop into the next parts. And as we come close to a close here, our last few bits, Christian Concern. Hollie gets a lot of support from an organization called Christian Concern. This same organization also was a part of the Guard and Evans cases. Though not religious before this, suddenly she began stating that Archie really wanted to be baptized and become a Christian. During his hospital stay, she had this happen and had her entire family christened as well. It should be noted that before the deleting of her Facebook, she had noted she had no religious affiliations. Though it is possible this is due to just not filling out the option, someone as religious as she is attempting to convey herself now would not have made that oversight. You can see here, it says none, no religious affiliation. Interviews. Despite stating she never leaves the hospital room or goes home, Hollie has done numerous interviews. After the second case, when it was deemed in 3 days' time, she would be told when her son's ventilator would be turned off. Instead of being with him, she went on an interview circuit for 2 of the 3 days. Morning all. Archie had another stable night. Today I have a couple of interviews to get out of the way, but then plan to spend the whole day doing 20 minutes every half hour of sensory things with Arch. Just something new I've been told to try. I'll be doing his normal stuff like messages, exercises. Have a good weekend. Being informed that her being on Jeremy Kyle while her son was about to have life support removed is something that should be featured outside the other videos. Listen to Talk TV Radio, and Hollie is going to be on throughout the evening talking to Jeremy Kyle. No way. I know. He said he he said she will be on live, so regardless of what is going to be happen this afternoon, she is still going to be doing these interviews. It is ridiculous. I'm sorry, but my heart is breaking for Archie. It really is. He needed his mother. She always has been this way. Was this his cry for attention that went wrong? It's appalling. So, there would be more to this video. But these videos don't work. As I said before, there's so many of them that we would have. These are all interviews and stuff. We'd watch them all. There was going to be so much. But you can thank people attacking the Kiwi farms. I can't access this now. So hopefully in the future, everything will be back online. We won't lose any data according to Noel, and we'll be able to watch these, but these are taken hours after the removal of the ventilator. You can see her smiling, happy as a fucking cow. Oh, she's fucking holding in the giggles there. But yep. The transcript of, I guess, this video, Hollie says, Archie passed at 12:15 today. I come to say I'm the proudest mum in the world. He's such a beautiful little boy, and he fought right until the very end, and I'm so proud to be his mom. And Ella said he was taken off all medication at 10 o'clock, and his live stats remained completely stable for 2 hours until they removed the ventilator, and he went completely blue. There is absolutely nothing dignified about watching a family member or child suffocate. No family should ever have to go through what we've been through. It is barbaric. And more interviews. There's a ton of articles about this if you guys want to check out the archives. You can go here and check them all out. Hollie's lives. Hollie has done multiple live videos from Archie's bedside. More that we cannot watch. Oh, there would have been so much. And yeah. That's it. There's Hollie Dance. Lisa, what was it? Lisa Petaway. Oh, that was something. What a narcissist. Great OP. Great. Yeah, this was an amazing OP. Wow. Well, thank you everybody so much for watching. If you enjoyed, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. It helps out a whole lot. Oh man, I'm not excited to be working with the archives, but I trust Noel will get everything up soon. And yeah, thank you everybody. Bye bye.